Mission Raceway Park, owned and operated by the British Columbia Custom Car Association, a nonprofit society since 1952. Canada's oldest hot rod club. Welcome to River Valley Ford Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. This time we'd like to call the Outlaw class to the staging lanes, please. Outlaw class, you're called to the lanes. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Standby call going out to motorcycle. Super early in the evening, we will be virtually hot lapping. So every class racing tonight, including Junior Street, then Sport Compact and domestic classes, all of you be on a constant standby call as we get the action moving real quick. So Outlaw class to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Standby call for motorcycle. Mentioned a few minutes ago, for people who are racing tonight, to shut the climate control off in their vehicles to avoid any moisture on the track. A hot night, so we have to remind people of the dress code as well. No shorts, no muscle shirts, no sandals. You have to be wearing full shoes, full pants, and at least a full t-shirt. Your Class 5 driver's license enables you to drive all the way to 10 seconds. Any faster requires an NHRA driving license, which is obtainable on bracket weekends. Some of the bracket racers are here tonight, getting some test passes on their hot rods. I saw a good friend Terry here tonight. Hey, Terry, hope you have a good evening. Going to be a beautiful evening. So, Outlaw class, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. And motorcycle, lazily make your way over to lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for Junior Street. Mission Raceway Park staff to your race-ready positions. We are sending cars down in just a couple of minutes. Outlaw class, you've been called to the lanes. I'd like to remind everybody the speed limit at Mission Raceway Park is 10 miles per hour, 15 kilometers an hour everywhere. The return road, the exit road, the frontal road coming into the track, all limited to 15 kilometers an hour or 10 miles per hour. That means you have to have your foot on the brake to keep your vehicle slow. All right, final call for Outlaw in the lanes. Final call for Outlaw and motorcycle. This is your official call to the lanes, lanes 4, 5, and 6. And that'd be a standby call for domestic class. Like we said, not many cars here at this point of the night, so you're going to be hot lapping. Domestic class, get ready. All right, our first pair this fine Friday evening at Mission Raceway. Running down Farmer Lane. Up on the reader board right now, you see the reaction time for both drivers. Now you see the elapsed time from the moment they left the start to the finish and the mile per hour. Now, if you're wondering what to get Dad for Father's Day, here's an option. This car right here on the starting line is for sale. It's an 8-second race car for sale. Canada's quickest and fastest Audi RS3 with over 1,000 horsepower, fully built motor, head right to the bottom end, built transmission, a 64-millimeter turbo, all on a 2.5-liter 5-cylinder motor. Half the motor from a Lambo Hurricane. Built locally by Ryder Performance in Sumas. Would prefer it gets sold to a local to continue racing here rather than selling it to the U.S. Says it's the last night he's going to race it. So here's your opportunity to go 159 miles per hour. That pass at 9.02. Last weekend, it ran an 8.9. That would make a fantastic Father's Day gift. The oh-so-popular S10 platform, the little Blazer from 1990, Kevin Major, out of Burnaby, BC. In the quarter mile, ran 11.98 seconds, 113 miles per hour. And the Regal ran 11.47 at 116 miles per hour. Only see a couple motorcycles in lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle, this is like your final call to the lanes. Well, Kevin Kaiser with the little VW goes 06 reaction time. That's spectacular. Also spectacular, runs 10.66 at 129 miles per hour. That's a quick Beetle. The Charger went 14.61, only 67 miles an hour. Seems to be on a bit of a worrisome pass. Like to remind racers, if you're on a run and something seems off, you see smoke out the mirrors, the car's slowing down, losing power, you smell something, you hear a clunk, get off the power. Get out of the groove and get the vehicle stopped along the wall as quickly and safely as possible. Let's make sure there's nothing leaking or anything broken before you continue up the track. Don't be responsible for shutting us down by oiling the entire racetrack. Be mindful on your run. If anything is not right, stop, pull over, let's figure it out. That would be very helpful. Tower Lane, 12.26, 112 miles an hour, 12.57. Spectator side of the racetrack doing 110. All right, domestic class call. Class call for domestic class to the lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class, your call to the lanes 1 through 4. Standby call for the class that follows, Sport Compact. Domestic class to the lanes. Domestic class, your call to the lanes 1 through 4. Domestic to the lanes. Now, a bad reaction time of 3 seconds does not affect the elapsed time. The reaction time is completely separate timer. The timer for the elapsed time is a beam that you break while you're leaving the start line until you reach the final destination at 1,320 feet, the finish line. Now, right at the finish line, you see 2 red cones. The second cone is the quarter mile. The first cone, timed till when you reach the second cone at the finish line, is how they determine the mile per hour. The same thing true at the 8th mile. Cool looking hot rod. Kevin McDonald with a 68 Torino. Racing against a 91 Civic hatchback. Heads up, grudge matches at the Friday Night Street Legals. Both sides of the tree dropping at the same time. 4 tenths pro tree. Well, the reaction time went to Raj in the Honda at 0.1. The Torino was 0.2. And at the finish line, the Torino muscles through at 10:33 elapsed time, and a mile per hour sitting at 129. That's booking for a big, heavy car. Now a gorgeous 66 Nova. Terry Hoeksens, bracket racer from the weekends. Just can't get enough, hangs out with us on a Friday night. That's cool. So if you like the cool hot rods, this Sunday, Heritage Park has the old Father's Day car show. So it'd be nice to see you there. All right, here we go. Motorcycle up next. Having fun on 2 wheels. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. Well, 60 foot for Paul Sidar at 1.6. The 8th mile was 119 miles an hour with an ET of 6.27. The finish line for the motorcycle Tower Lane was 962, 145 miles per hour. Ken Christensen ran a 14.34 run at 88.9. Legal Amp, Tower Lane. Dwayne Stevens over there in the Lordco lane. Make sure when you're walking around tonight, you get a chance to stop by and check out these motorcycles. Well, Lee seems to be on a slow run. Wayne Stevens ran 979, 153. And Darren Bowman driving Lee Glant's second bike. The privilege of being the neighbor. Ralph Steen. 1.560 foot. Ran 3.9 to 330. But slowing down on the track. And Darren Bowman watching out for him, kind of slowing down at the top end as well. So last couple of bikes in the water box right now. And we're going to sneak in a little licensing pass for a junior street racer here tonight. Part of the process. If you're not getting along very well with your 13-year-old, here's a little thing that might help out. The NHRA came up with a program a couple years ago called the Junior Street Program, where kids 13 years old can drive the family vehicle to the 8th mile. And if you buy a fun family vehicle, they can even do a burnout in the water box at 13 years old. That's pretty cool. Look more into it online, Junior Street, NHRA race program. Right now we're going to do a little licensing pass, Tower Lane. That test will go to the 8th mile. Domestic class, you should be in the lanes. I must say the tailgate party is looking pretty good for this time of night. 5:11 and it's almost a full house. That's incredible. If you're having a hard time hearing us over there and you'd like to pick up on some of the stuff going on in the tower, you can tune us in on the 92.7 FM dial. And if you crank it up in your car, you can sometimes hear calls in the background in the tower and that kind of stuff going on. But if you tune us in on 92.7, you can hear it crystal clear on FM. Other racetracks, they do that in AM, but not here at Mission Raceway. FM 92.7. Tailgate party, want to remind everybody, Mission Raceway Park is a family venue. Lots of families, lots of little eyes watching tonight. So please remember that there is 0 drugs and 0 alcohol permitted at the Friday Night Street Legals. All right, Sport Compact, make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 5 and 6. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes 5 and 6.
You need numbers?
So Shannon on the start line looking to give us the numbers in the tower. We couldn't read them. So racers here tonight, imagine sitting in the tower trying to read the numbers on the side of your vehicle. Like example, this yellow Corvette right here. If you're pitted with this yellow Corvette, lend him a pen, a paint pen, to write the number on the side window, right on the driver's side window. You're supposed to run that number off before you leave. It's just hard to read that number in the back window. Make it super clear. It's a good matchup. Corvette taking on a beautiful little C10 pickup truck. A little short box, fleet side. Well, reaction time belongs to the white pickup. half a second, as does the finish line. 12:27 at 111 miles per hour, 108 miles an hour in the TCS lane with an elapsed time of 13:40. If it's your first time watching drag racing, the Friday Night Street Legals are a great place to hang out. We treat it a little bit like Racing 101, trying to introduce you to the sport of drag racing, see if it's something you might be interested in. Friday Night Street Legals, only $50 to race your car. 11:44 for Jen. Lordco lane at 117. And Casey goes 111 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 12:51 for the TCS lane. Now, if drag racing's not your thing, we also do road race street legals. Those happen on Wednesday night, and they're $130 to enter. So drag racing is $50. So it's cheaper to go drag racing. On a typical Friday night, you are likely to make 8 to 10 runs, sometimes more. 1268 Tower Lane, 1330, spectator side. Wind light on, pit side of the racetrack. So it is a drift and drags night. If you're on the spectator side of the racetrack, it's free to come across the Lordco Bridge. Take in some of that drifting going on at the end of the pits. You'll see the smoke rising in a minute. You'll hear the squealing tires. It'll be hard to miss. 12:45 for Tyson Lowe. Richard Trimble, 12:70, 113 miles an hour. Well, it's a pretty quick Ford. 12.68, 118 miles per hour. Big, heavy pickup truck in the Lordco lane ran a 16-second pass. Well, cool, old school right now. A pair of old Dodges. Nice matchup. The win goes to spectator side, 1394 to a 14.28. I've been seeing this little truck driving around mission lately. It's cool to see him on the track. 1220, 110 miles per hour. And Gary Butler went 104 miles per hour, 12.77. Sport Compact, you should be in the lanes 1 through 4. Standby call for Junior Street. That's a nice sounding Camaro. 11.92 seconds. 116 miles per hour. 1972 Buick out of North Vancouver. Brad Sutton. Has 455 cubic inch engine underneath the hood and goes 11.79 in the TCS lane, 113 miles per hour. John Holmes out of North Vancouver goes 13.24 with the old Chevy from 02. And here we go, second pass for licensing for the Junior Street. So you go through multiple passes with the director, and then he gives you the NHRA Junior Street driving license. So no need to call 911. You see all the smoke rising at the end of the racetrack here in a few minutes. That's going to be the drift cars. They're hit and go on that program. They should be running till about 9 o'clock tonight. Take in the action at the drift track. Take in some more drag racing. It's going to be a fun night here at Mission Raceway Park. Up next, Sport Compact class, followed by Junior Street in a couple of minutes. All right, tailgate party, Sport Compact coming up next. Big line them up behind the tower coming at you. Starting it off, racing in style with a Mercedes-Benz over here in the tower lane, racing a V-Dub. Mercedes goes 13.11 in the TCS lane at 110 miles per hour. Well, here's another Audi RS3. Not quite as fast as Adam Blender's Audi, that's for sure. Goes 11.77, still pretty quick at 116 miles an hour, but no 8 seconds. But you can pick yourself up that car. Adam Blender's selling that car. All right, Junior Street to the lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Sport Compact running up track right now. A couple 14-second passes on the previous pair. Let's see what these two have for us. Junior Street, you've been called to the lanes 5 and 6. Race fans here for the first time, we're going to give you a little treat tonight. Junior Street are going to actually be bracket racing. a little extra challenging for the tower staff, but they're up to the challenge. So these kids running tonight are going to do a test pass, probably one, maybe two. And then they're going to race against each other by dialing the number they predict on the board. And the car closest to the number they predict will be your winner. That's how bracket racing works. And what that does is even the racing field by taking the handicap out of the slower car by it leaving first. And the end goal would be to have the cars side by side on a tying run. With identical reaction times and both cars hitting their number, that would be a tie. So at the finish line is where you would want to watch bracket racing. So the 8th mile for Junior Street is the 2 cones right at the end of the bleachers. And we're going to be racing a little while from now, but for right now, Junior Street, you've been called to lanes 5 and 6 for your test pass. For your qualifying pass, because I'm pretty sure they qualify on reaction times, if I'm not mistaken. And I have been mistaken. So all the race fans here tonight, thanks for hanging out with us. Lots of things to do in the Fraser Valley, including grad night. Lots of grads going on tonight, and that's keeping their numbers down substantially. But for everybody that is here tonight, welcome. And thanks for hanging out with us. And if you're graduating this year, congratulations. That's a huge milestone. You did it, yay. Well, spectator side of the racetrack had the better reaction time, 0.5 to a 0.7, and better mile per hour, and the better elapsed time. Okay, final call, Junior Street. You should be in the lanes. A class call change, we're going to call Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, lanes 1 and 2. Mopac Performance, Outlaw class to lanes 1 and 2. Spectator side of the racetrack gets the win light, 14:06 to a 15:18. Hopefully you're playing grudge match with all your kids here tonight. Which car gets to the finish line first? Start making some deals. Get the lawn cut. Lots of win lights, spectator side of the racetrack. That's another one for 12.64, 115 miles an hour. Another fun game to play with your friend that does know a little bit about drag racing is trying to guess the ET, the top time for these vehicles. What is it going to be? I'll sometimes play along if it's a vehicle we've never seen before. First person picks the ET, and the second person just has to say slower or faster for the win. 10.52, 130 miles per hour for that Audi. All right, final sport compact in the lane, tower side. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw class, lanes 1 and 2, standby call for motorcycle. Little Honda Civic. 14.73 at 95 miles per hour. All right, final licensing pass, potentially, for the driver in the Tower Lane, Junior Street. Hunter Gallant behind the wheel. Now, he's actually a veteran racer from the Junior Dragster program. Ran 1081. So imagine being 13 years old and driving this car up the track to the 8th mile. That'd be pretty cool. What a great program. Oh, 10:04 and 10.76. So, start line crew doing a little prep work on the start line. And that happens every time we bring the Outlaw cars out. Cars Outlaw class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply, are typically the quicker cars on the Friday nights, and they're running on slicks. So the additional track prep makes things even stickier. The water box itself, they spray down with just water, nothing else, just water. It enables the cars to break traction on the back tires and warm them up, causing them to be even stickier. And then the start line, they spray a sticky compound on the start line. And if you were to walk out there with your sandals would stick on the track. All right, tailgate party. Sending you a bunch of outlaws next. No, outlaws. I didn't say in-laws. You're all good. Outlaws coming your way. Motorcycle, make your way to the lanes. Lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. And standby call for domestic. We got us a drag race. Win Light, Lordco lane once again with a 12:02 beating a 12:09. Had a better reaction time. Your margin of victory was a full 1/10 of a second. Almost 2/10. Ken Ritchie Little Blazer from Surrey. Craig Coca out of Abbotsford ran 11:70 for the win light. 113 miles an hour. The Little Blazer was 109 with an elapsed time of 12.32. Now, if you're racing tonight and you go 100 miles an hour, we have a 100 mile per hour sticker for you. And we also have stickers showing your elapsed time, 10, 11, 12, 13. So if those are one of your times, we can get you a sticker for that as well. Man, that's a nice sounding Buick out there. Maliboost. And the Corvette gets the win light. Tower Lane, 10:22, 129.46. Spectator side of the racetrack, turning on the win light, doing 121 miles per hour for that Chevy. Tower Lane was 12:07, 112 miles per hour. Not your father's Oldsmobile unless your dad's Mike Boydson out of Langley, 1972 Oldsmobile. Nice car. And Little S10 gets it done with a 1091, 129 miles per hour. That's cool. Little Oldsmobile, 12.23 was the elapsed time. The mile per hour was 107.78. Definitely a big shout out to the start line crew today and the safety crew, top end of the racetrack. Thanks, you guys. This is a hot day. Thanks for being here. We couldn't do it without you. Very cool. All right, motorcycle to lane 4. We'll put you in the lane 4. Motorcycle, lane 4. Lane 4 for motorcycle. .47 turns on the wind light, 127 miles an hour. Man, that Torino was moving. That is so cool. And Terry was running 12.13 at 112 miles per hour. And here's that really noisy bug again. This thing is so cool. Hey, listen up if you're on the spectator side of the racetrack at the tailgate party. That white tent right at the end of the cars, right close to the bleachers at the end by the finish line, they've got smokies, they got a barbecue going, they got cold drinks and freezies and all kinds of treats for you. So pop by and check that out. Little Volkswagen having some trouble out there, doing the right thing. So we're gonna make sure everything's okay before he continues. So yeah, if you're on the spectator side of the racetrack, go check out the white tent at the end of the cars, right by the bleachers, and get yourself some snacks. That's cool. Oh, it looks good. Looks like he's checked out okay, and he's getting off on his own power. That's cool. Motorcycle, you've been called to lane 4. Lane 4 for motorcycle. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Class call change for domestic class to the lanes. Domestic class to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. And that puts the following class after domestic on standby, so be ready. Sport compact, you're about 5 minutes out. Another licensing pass, Tower Lane for Junior Street. And then we have a pair of outlaws to follow through, a couple late ones. Late ones, domestic class. If you're not in the lanes, you are now the late ones. Domestic class to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. That was a 10.72 for Hunter. So tailgate party, a couple outlaw cars coming your way, a couple stragglers. So a little treat. Right after these two outlaw, we got motorcycle, also quick. Pickup truck looks pretty good. .08 across the finish line for Sean Langley. 112 miles an hour for the Mach 1. Wayne Stevens and Paul Sadar facing off on a pair of real quick bikes. .57 to the 60-foot for Paul this time. 9.38 at the top end. 146 across the stripe. And Dwayne was a 158 mile an hour run. Wow, within the lapse time of 9.47. Almost 160 miles an hour and 1,320 feet. Hold on. Darren Bowman, driving an 08 Kawasaki ZX 1400. .129 miles per hour with a 10.53 for Dwayne, for Darren. Steven was going 95 miles an hour across the traps with a 14.04. 0.4 beats 0.5 reaction time. And at the finish line, Adrian first with an 11:09, beating an 11:51. Final bike is Lee Gallant, Tower Lane. If you're watching online, on YouTube, on Lordco TV, welcome. Mission Raceway Park is owned and operated by the British Columbia Custom Car Association, a nonprofit society since 1952, Canada's oldest hot rod club. Want to welcome everybody to the River Valley Ford drag strip in Farmer Lane here at Mission Raceway Park. Welcome. Make sure to smash the like button a ton tonight. Every time you pick a winning car, every time you see something cool, hit the like button. Here's a nice matchup for you. A newer Camaro racing an old Cuda. Good opportunity to strike up the debate whether it's better to have a modern race car or an old race car. Now, the modern race car comes with a lot of safety and conveniences, but that old car comes with a bunch of cool factor as well. The newer car got a 1256 and a cool old hot rod, 1315. It turns out somebody lost a cell phone. Make sure if you find anything like that, you can bring it up to the second floor of the timing tower, and we can get it back to its rightful owner. We appreciate it. Pair of Corvettes. The white one running away with it. Richard Trimble getting to the finish line with a 12:53 at 114 miles per hour. Way better reaction time. And a quicker run as well. Weight to horsepower ratio. Bad example of weight. Take some horsepower. And they aim to please. $114 miles an hour with a big truck, that's moving. 1173 on the reader board. Tower Lane ran 1461, just under 100 miles an hour at 96. So grudge match time, you and your buddy sitting in the bleachers. Are you a Dodge fan or a Ford fan? Here's a chance. Who's buying first round later? Shannon giving a little assistance to the driver to find a sweet spot on the start line. If it's your first time racing, put an N with your number on the windshield, and Shannon will pretend to be part of your crew and help you stage the car. Make it easier for you on your first hit. Dodge Tower Lane with the win, 1301, beating a 1324. Another cool pairing on this track right now. Pair of old trucks. That white one is something else. It's a gorgeous truck. 1247 from the white truck. Spectator side of the racetrack was a 1283. Good thing he got out of it. It was scary. Finish line 11:77, spectator side of the racetrack. 11:95, tower side of the racetrack with a driver that's probably going to do a little cleanup inside the cab of the truck when he gets back. Yikes. Camaro on the tower lane, getting the win, 12:58 at 106 miles per hour. 106 miles an hour on the spectator side of the racetrack, but the elapsed time was slower. So this is where I point out that the driver is not so concerned so much with mile per hour as they are with the elapsed time. When it comes to bracket racing, the elapsed time is everything. All right, class call change. We're moving Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Class call for Sport Compact to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes, and we're going to put Junior Street on a standby call. Well, I imagine that somebody back in 1941, when they drove this truck off the dealer lot, that they probably didn't expect it to be drag racing in 2026. Kevin Lepp out of Abbotsford with a 41 Fargo. It runs 112 miles per hour at 1362. That's amazing. And the Chevelle on the tower side of the track went 108 miles per hour with an elapsed time of 1303. Once again, if you're on the spectator side of the racetrack, that big white tent by the bleachers is a place for you to grab some snacks. They got a barbecue set up, lots of cold treats, ice cold drinks as well. Keep hydrated tonight. And that's special for all the people at the tailgate party tonight. Tower Lane, 12:51, 114 miles an hour. Dustin ran 98 miles an hour, 14.23 ET over on the spectator side. So we have a lot of vendors here tonight. Now, if you're thinking about getting a membership for Costco, right past the bleachers beside the tower, you'll see a black tent set up, and they're offering discounts for Costco memberships. So here's your chance to get a Costco membership with a discount right here at Mission Raceway tonight. That's pretty cool. What a gorgeous Mustang. Saw that thing driving in earlier today. Out of Washington State. 11.84. What a gorgeous car. 110 miles per hour. The 8th mile for that car was a 775. Tower side of the racetrack puts down a 1283 at 104. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes. So Hunter at the 8th mile was 11.18 on that pass. Tailgate party, here comes Sport Compact. Volkswagen taking on Datsun. Friday Night Street Legals, racing 101, when you learn which gear to be in when you leave the start line. 14:45 for Nicholas. 98.97 into VW. Get some weight out of that VW and you will make the 100 mile per hour mark tonight. Earn that stick. Pretty close matchup. 1382 beating a 1444. The slower car actually had a better reaction time, but it just wasn't enough. That's a cool car. GTR. All-wheel drive. 141 miles per hour. With an elapsed time of 10.01. That is a serious cool car. Check that out in the pits. Look under the hood. Beautiful engineering. Yeah, it was pretty interesting a couple weeks ago when we had the big race. They had a school day where a bunch of school buses showed up with a bunch of kids, and they all walked around and got introduced to the sport of drag racing and all the opportunities with engineering and mechanical engineering and mechanics and advertising and business and everything that goes along with drag racing. They had a good opportunity to check it out. I was watching online this week. On Wednesday, they had the high school race program. Lots of initiative to help teach the youth about racing safely on the track and never on the street. So hats off to everybody involved with those initiatives. And make sure if you're looking for a high school to move to next year, you're looking for one that has a race program so you can hang out with the racers on a Friday and not be skipping out. Pretty cool. All right, Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Class call for Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6, please. "13 seconds gets the job done," beating a 14:16. One of the most important rules of drag racing. You don't have to be good. You just have to be better than the person in the other lane. The key to winning. It helps if you're good to go more rounds, but at the end of the day, just being better than the other person is all it takes to move forward. 1962 V-Dub Bug, the same year I was born. Seems to be running better than I am. Darn thing ran 1087, 125 miles an hour. Class call change. We're calling Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Standby call for motorcycle. Outlaw lanes 1 and 2. And standby call for motorcycle. That's cool. Check out the smoke crossing the track from the drifters. If you haven't checked it out yet, go visually see it. It is so cool. Close race, 16:03 on the spectator side of the racetrack, getting there first. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Outlaw class to the lanes, please. Dodge SRT. If you're wondering how quick one of those things are to the 8th mile or the quarter mile, 8th mile it ran a 9:20. Good contender for a junior street car. Ran 14:07 to the top end at 101 miles per hour. Tower Lane, 102 miles per hour. Both drivers capable of coming to get their sticker in the tower. 100 mile per hour sticker. Tailgate party. We got you set up today. We got a place to buy food over there this time. That's pretty cool. Right over by the bleachers. And right now we're just going to run a junior street car up. And then next we have Outlaw in the lanes. Tony Mitchell, 94 Mustang. That's a cool junior street race car, a Mustang. Then licensing this evening, young Hunter Gallant. That's his mom and dad with him. .66, 65 miles an hour for Hunter. So Ian Dalla over there on the spectator side of the racetrack also races in junior street and high school race program and won it on Wednesday. How cool is that? Now, he's entering that with a bit of an advantage because he races junior street. The other high school kids are going to have to watch and learn. Owen Harvey over here on the tower side of the track. 1978 Ford pickup truck. .1063 with a reaction time of 0.15 for Owen. And Ian went 9.88 at 72 miles an hour with a red light reaction time. So tonight, the junior street program is actually bracket racing. So they've kept track of their times. And I'm not sure how many qualifying passes they're going to get, but they qualify based on reaction time. So your best reaction time would be your top qualifier. So later on when they're racing, we'll point out up on the reader board, they will put the number they project before they leave. Then the slower car, the one with the handicap, will leave first. So when we're bracket racing a little later with junior street, you want to be sitting at the end of the bleachers and watch right at the finish line. Now, these kids are learning a lot about drag racing. And one of the very important parts about drag racing is knowing where your opponent is at all times. When you cross the finish line and you have 3 car lengths on your opponent and you end up going too fast and being disqualified, that's a run you threw away. When you're on a run, if the other car is falling behind, don't worry about the run. Don't worry about being close to the ET. Just get to the stripe first. Be safe and get the win. Loads of tricks and games that the racers play at the finish line, like going faster than they dialed and then braking at the finish line to fool the other driver into crossing too quickly. So if you want to watch bracket racing, don't watch from the start line. When you see one car leave first and then the other car leaves second, it's a little boring from the start line, especially if you don't know what's happening. But if you sit at the finish line, that's where the action is. And in the top races on a bracket weekend, when you're at the finish line and you're watching the drivers, you'll often see them braking or pretending to brake. But you look at the face of the drivers as they cross the finish line, and usually they're watching the other car more than they're looking ahead. Very competitive in the sport of bracket. But way more fun to watch from the finish line. So tailgate party gets ready. We are doing a little bit of track prep ahead of the outlaw class, followed by motorcycle. And the car count is picking up as we get deeper into the evening, and people are finally making it here. And you showed up on a great Friday night. We have drift and drags tonight. Be sure to grab a schedule, get it up on the fridge, and don't miss any more races here at Mission right till the end of the season. Now, if you happen to be here tonight on a first date, well, that's pretty cool. The person that brought you here tonight knows how to have a good time for very little money. Knows where to hang out, where families are having fun, buddies are really getting it on with the cars. Lots of fun. Good family fun. Pretty cool. I would have to say the person that brought you here tonight is an absolute keeper. And thanks to hanging out here at Mission Raceway. Loads of heat, no slicks. It's going to be a fast run. Hookham had a better reaction time, but seemed to hesitate just off the tree. His hand man goes 9.81, 140 with a 2018 Charger. Outlaw, you should be in the lanes. Motorcycle, make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Nice reaction time for Kai. 0.09. Cool. 11:72 at the finish line, 117 miles per hour for the 85 Regal. Father versus son racing tonight. Kyle is the son, Rex is the father. Kai, rather. And so Kai ran 11:72. $117. $12.20 wind light over a 12:03. That's a better reaction time, what racers call a hole shot win. Good news, bad news. Adam Blender, 10.66. That's an 8-second car. It's not on a full pull. But that's the last time we're going to see that car racing here tonight. It's for sale. So if you're looking for the absolute best Father's Day gift, go visit Adam Blender in the pits and make an offer on that RS3 Audi. Motorcycle looking for you in lanes 5 and 6, please. Motorcycle lanes 5 and 6. Well, that little Golf in the Tower Lane was pretty fast. Went 152 miles an hour with 9.86 on the reader board. Wow. Nice looking matchup. Little 67. Beaumont. and a 23 Dodge SRT. The Chevy's got a parachute. It's going to be a close one. Whoa. Chevy getting a little squirrely around 300 feet. Slowing down to 1080 at the top end. How about 1024 for the Dodge? 137 miles per hour. Final call for motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6. Final call for motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6. Class call change. We're going to call domestic class lanes 1 through 4. Domestic lanes 1 through 4. Domestic lanes 1 through 4. 1057 Tower Lane for the Nova, Tony Brandt. Running 127.88 miles per hour. Ken Ritchie goes 12:11 at 111. Kevin McDonald with a gorgeous 68 Torino. A 438 Windsor under the hood. This thing is fast. Gorgeous car. Pops the left front wheel off the ground a little bit. That's cool. 0.16 reaction time. A 60 foot of 1.52. The 8th mile for the Torino was a 6.65 at 104 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers. That's an 1/8 of a mile. Incredible. Finish line for the Torino was a 10:43 at 128 miles per hour. Amazing. 110 miles an hour on the spectator side of the racetrack with a 10:95 on the board. Buick taking on S10. Neither with a great reaction time, but pretty even to each other. A 3/10 of an advantage for the Buick on the start line, but couldn't make up for the extra power under the hood of that little S10, which ran a 10:27, 130. So a brand new Corvette racing an old Honda. An old Honda with a parachute on the back. So what do you think? Grudge match. Who's going to win, the Honda or the Corvette? You and your buddy, who's got this one? The Corvette or the Honda? Honda wisely getting off the power as it's pulling towards the wall. The Corvette ran 125 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 10.79. But I have to say that Honda had a good chance of beating him. That thing was quick. 1.5 to 60 foot, 5.09 to 330. Pretty quick Corvette. 8th mile, 6:49 at 108 miles per hour. At the finish line was a 10:13, 132 miles an hour. And the Mach 1 was doing 113 across the track. Here we go, motorcycle coming your way, tailgate party. Now that you got a full tummy over at the white tent, we got motorcycle coming your way. Wayne Stevens, spectator side of the track, Paul Sidar Tower. 950 for Paul, 146 miles an hour. And then a lapse time of 9:41 for Dwayne Stevens. Reaction time being the big difference for that pair. Dwayne was quicker on the run, but Paul had an 06 reaction time, which put him at the stripe first. A whole shot win. Ken Christensen on a 2012 ZX14R runs 14:59 at 88 miles per hour. Carl Vanderpool, Tower Lane was 12:11, 114. Domestic class, you should be in the lanes. Last call for domestic class to the lanes. Isaac Hazelton gets there first with an 11:57, 121 miles an hour. Slower bike, beating the quicker 11:44, another whole shot win. Now, neighbors battling it out. Mission neighbors. You gotta watch out for your mission neighbors, I'm telling you. Darren Bowman and Lee Gallant. $129 miles an hour, a 10:47 for Darren. Lee Gallant messed up on the tree. He's not going to get any numbers. $13.99, 93 miles per hour, Tower Lane. Up next, domestic class. Gorgeous cars, domestic class. So modern muscle coming your way. We got a Dodge on the Tower side of the racetrack and the TCS lane, and a gorgeous new Chevy over there on the spectator side of the racetrack in the Lordco lane. Now, the driver in the Tower lane getting a few pointers from the guys in the water box area, which is really cool. Friday Night Street Legals 101, Racing 101, a great opportunity for us to teach you all about the sport of drag racing. But there is also a really good video online that you can watch. It's presented by Van City Audi. It's on YouTube. If you go on YouTube and say how to race at Mission Raceway for the Friday Night Street Legals, and it will take you to the video. And that gives you step-by-step procedures from the front gate to leaving at the end of the night. A great video. Thanks for the folks at Van City Audi for putting that on for us. Now you see Shannon McDonald on the start line helping him find the stripe to get both the bulbs on the tree lit up. And both cars have both bulbs lit up. Shannon pushes the magic button in her hands, and the tree automatically comes down. All 3 yellow lights go yellow at the same time. It's not like the video game where it's one yellow, then the second, then the third, then the green. At the Friday Night Street Legals, we use a Pro 4 10th Street, which is all 3 lights go on at the same time. So if you want a good reaction time, you want to react to the 3 yellows, don't wait for the green. It occurs 4/10 of a second after the yellows. That's quicker than you can pull your foot off the brake. The Cuda taking on the Camaro. Camaro getting there first, 12:67. The Cuda was a 13:12 at 104. Osberger out of Aldergrove with a 2010 Shelby Mustang. Gorgeous car. Little Malibu on the spectator side of the racetrack. It's going to get to the stripe first with an 11:47 at 118 miles an hour. Carl with that gorgeous Shelby ran a 12:92, 111. An 02 Camaro and a 72 Buick. The Buick with 455 cubic inch engine under the hood. Both drivers wearing a helmet, so both are anticipating a 14-second or faster run. Let's see if they can deliver. Look at that, 12.94 to a 12.76. What a great matchup. Another example of a hole shot win. Well, 11:36 for the big smoky pickup truck, getting rid of the mosquitoes. The Ford in the tower lane, 13:44. Lordco Lane with the win light, 11:76, beating a 12:64. $12.22 beats the 12.36. Silverado with the win. Spectator side of the track. '68 Cougar gets to the stripe with an 11.66 at 117 miles per hour. Beats the 1285 over on the spectator side of the track. Corvette taking on Camaro. Who's going to get there first, kids? The yellow or the red car? That would be the Corvette, 1285. Beats the 1450. Nice looking S10. Nice paint. Second gen. Pretty cool. The little black car doesn't give me any info on the screen. That should be coming up. The S10 with the win light, 1222, beating a 1317. Pickup truck also had a better reaction time. Pair of Jeeps. Wrangler's not really built for drag racing. But some of them had that 392 in them. I suspect that would make them quite quick. 1372 for that one. Tower Lane was 1384. All right, Samantha. Sport Compact to the lanes. Told you they were next. Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact, this is your call to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. I saw this Mustang driving in earlier tonight, and I thought, man, what a gorgeous car. Joe Roherson from Ferndale, Washington. A gorgeous 66 Mustang. What a cool car. And it's quick. 1157 ET. 117 miles an hour at the top end. Joe, make sure to stop by and see us in the tower. We've got a couple stickers for you. You got the 100-mile-per-hour sticker. And then we also have another sticker that shows your 11-second ET, which is pretty impressive. So make sure to stop by and grab your stickers. Tony ran at 1323. Camaro with an N on the back, racing a Maverick. And Tyson Lowe gets it done with a 1248. Better reaction time by 0.2 of a second. A better run. Actually, a slower run by a couple of hundredths, 0.05 of a second. But the reaction time made the difference for Tyson Lowe, getting him the win light at the top end. Nothing beats a whole shot win. A feel-good win. Well, spectator side of the racetrack slowing down a bit. Still rolling. That's a good sign.
We're slowing on the spectator side.
Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Racers, race fans, this is a message for all of you tonight. Last time we raced here at the Friday Night Street Legals, I mentioned multiple times how we expect people to leave in a courteous manner at the end of the night. Unfortunately, the last time we raced on a Friday night, somebody messed around and caused injury to one of our staff. Not cool at all. So please, when you leave Mission Raceway tonight, leave quiet, courteously, and slow. Don't speed. The speed limit everywhere in Mission Raceway Park is 15 kilometers an hour or 10 miles per hour. Please adhere to that when you're leaving the track. Don't be showing off. It just shows that you missed the message. A lot of effort goes into the Friday Night Street Legals. Keeping the track open for people to race safely is so very important. So please, when you leave tonight, be courteous. Leave quietly. Respect the rules of the road. If you want to race, Mission Raceway with the River Valley Ford drag strip and road course street legals as well. We've got you covered. So please be safe on the streets. Leave very respectfully tonight when you leave the track. That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. So I was informed that actually you guys did a good job. It wasn't somebody from the racetrack. It was somebody on the road passing the racetrack, heading down to the river. So good job to all you guys. You got the message. That's cool. I thought it was somebody from the racetrack. When I heard that, I was very upset. But that was just clarified. It was actually somebody out on the street, right on the road in front of the racetrack that crashed into one of our staff. And the good thing is he was taken away in handcuffs. So a real special night here at Mission Raceway. We've got vendors here tonight. Somebody you want to check out. The Night Chasers. They're located right by Tech, right by the Tech. You see all the tents. They have Scent Labs, Dynasty Glass, Flex Auto, and Parabolic Sim Motion. Sim is set up to give away free T-shirts tonight or a free T-shirt to the person who gets the fastest lap time tonight. Also, we have Costco here tonight at the end of the bleachers on the pit side, and they're selling memberships to Costco at a discount tonight. So be sure to grab your Costco discount membership card tonight and check out all the cool vendors in the pits. Pits also has the drift racers tonight, so if you're on the spectator side of the racetrack, make your way over out to this side of the racetrack, crossing the Lordco Bridge. Check out the vendors, the drifting. Grab something at the pro shop. Check out the concession stand. And we do have food available for you on the spectator side of the racetrack tonight, right by the big white tent, over by the bleachers at the far end by the finish line. TCS lane, 1295, 109 miles per hour. Wind light, Lord Colane, 1174, beating a 1244. Both cars going 117 miles per hour. Again, pointing out the mile per hour not quite as important as the elapsed time. Tower Lane is a little Porsche, a 2024 Porsche. Unfortunately, not going to get any numbers on the reader board. He messed up on the tree. Spectator side of the track puts a 1397 on the reader board at 108 miles per hour. Quite a few Audis here tonight. Suspect we got an Audi club happening or something. Spectator side of the racetrack going to turn the green light on with a 1329 on the reader board, 105 miles an hour. Acura, Tower Lane, Infinity spectator side. Infinity with the win. 1352 to 104 mile an hour. That race ended up being a win for the TCS lane at 1530, beating a 1554. Just a big shout out to Barry and Shelley at D&S Espresso for being here tonight. They are open underneath the bleachers. That's where you get those mini donuts and delicious coffee. Go grab yourself a coffee, a hot chocolate for the kids, and some mini donuts. And a big shout out to Barry and Shelley. Thanks for being there. Well, these two fellows are grudge matching with their Audis. Again, more Audis. Well, a full second advantage for start line for Tyler. And he goes 10:45. Audi over on the spectator side of the track goes 127 miles an hour with an 11:15. Class call for Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6, please. Class call for Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, you've been called to the lanes 5 and 6. 14:05 gets the win light. The slower car beating the faster car, courtesy of a better reaction time. Another whole shot win. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Tailgate party, if you're having trouble hearing the PA, you can pick it up on the FM dial at 92.7. That's 92.7 FM. That's a quick one. Little Kia goes 9.86 at 144 miles per hour. Heard him pulling in earlier tonight, quite the crackle on the exhaust. If I was walking around, I'd want to check out underneath the hood of that car. That's pretty cool. Junior Street, you've been called to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, you've been called to lanes 5 and 6. $14.78. Wind light. The Subaru on the tower lane was doing $16.50 across the stripe. Well, a nice matchup. They're close to each other at the finish line. Close one. 15.77 gets the win light. Also had a better reaction time. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. So a reminder to racers, never a reason to back up on the racetrack. There are exits all the way to the end. Both drivers turn left off the racetrack, so if you're in the right lane, be sure you know where the other car is before you attempt the exit. Another rule that's super important is to keep your window rolled up on your race car the entire length of the racetrack until you enter the return road. On the racetrack, windows up. And a reminder to have your climate control switched off as well. No air conditioners, as that puts moisture on the track. Solo pass, tower or spectator side of the racetrack, 107 miles per hour with an elapsed time of 13.46. Currently running in Junior Street. Junior Street runs to the 8th mile, which is the end of the bleachers. Kids 13 to 17 years old. When I was a kid and I grew up in Alberta, you could get your learner's license at 14 years old. I thought that was something, but these kids are 13 years old and encouraged to do burnouts in the water box. That's cool. Owen Harvey went 1040 on that last pass with a mile per hour of 67.69 and a reaction time of 0.14. So the announcer calls out the reaction time. You can see it on the reader board. 0.07 red for Ian. Spectator side of the racetrack was 0.63 reaction time. Once again, these kids are qualifying on reaction time. And on a bracket weekend, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning dragsters usually come up first, followed by Junior Street. And on a weekend bracket race, the first perfect reaction time on a weekend would get a mug in the old days. And lots of Junior Street, Junior dragsters would be winning that mug first thing on the morning, first pass. These kids are super competitive and learning all about the sport of drag racing. In fact, a lot of the junior dragsters, Thunder and Lightning, looking for sponsorships. So they're learning about that part of the business as well. So right now, a little bit of track prep going on ahead of the Outlaw class. And with that, let's bring Outlaw class into the lanes. So class call change. We're going to call Outlaw class lanes 1 through 4, please. Outlaw lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Outlaw class to the lanes. Standby call for motorcycle. Outlaw to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Outlaw to the lanes. Standby call for motorcycle. So be sure to check out the vendors here tonight. We got Night Chasers, located back by the tech tent. A couple of vendors that are there: Scent Labs, Dynasty Glass, Flex Auto, and Parabolic Sim Motion. Now, Sim Motion is giving away a free t-shirt to the person who gets the fastest lap time here tonight. So I guess they're talking about drifting. Because the fastest lap time, or do you mean the fastest ET? Elapsed time for the drag strip. Maybe they got 2 t-shirts to give away. Also want to welcome Costco. And they have a tent set up by the main grandstand, the black tent. And they're selling memberships to Costco at a discount here tonight. That's a great opportunity if you were thinking about getting your Costco membership renewed. Do it here at Mission Raceway tonight. So shout out to the start line crew and to the safety crew here tonight working under the heat of the Friday night. Thanks for all your hard work. So a little bit of track prep going on ahead of Outlaw class. They will be followed by the motorcycle class. The run order tonight is Outlaw Motorcycle, Domestic, Sport Compact, and Junior Street. If you have your pet with you tonight, that's super cool. I love seeing the animals, but please remember to keep your animal on a leash. Don't want them to get loose. If you're walking around in the pits at first time at the racetrack, be aware there are vehicles moving around, making their way to the lanes. Racers, be aware there are people here for the very first time and don't know to be careful. So keep your foot over the brake, keep your speed low in the pit area. The only place we want you going faster than 10 miles per hour is on the racetrack, Farmer Lane. The pro shop is open, the concession stand is open on both sides of the racetrack. On the spectator side of the racetrack, it's by the finish line, by the bleachers, the white tent. So tonight's Mopac Performance Friday Night Street Legals is round number 5. Round number 6 is coming July 3rd. And the next Friday Night Drift and Drags is going to be on July 17th. Now on the side of the tower is a big poster that shows all the big upcoming events coming to Mission Raceway Park. Make sure to snap a picture of that poster before you leave tonight. Or even better yet, grab a schedule from the pro shop. One of the biggest, baddest races of the year is coming up on June 25th to 28th. Door Wars is coming back to Mission Raceway. Very fast, loud, and exciting action. So look forward to seeing everybody back June 25th to 28th for Door Wars here at Mission Raceway. One of the races I look forward to the most in the year, Door Wars. And of course, the West Coast Diesel Days are coming on July 25th. And the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. What a great, fun weekend. Lots of cool cars. A lot of those racers only come out for that one race every year. Lots of cool cars. Real special car show. Langley Loafers Old Time Drags are here at Mission Raceway Park July 31st to August 2nd. And if you're wondering, yes, jet cars are returning this year. August 20th to 23rd, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder with the famous jet cars. Mega Ford Day is August 29th, and the West Coast Outlaw Shootout, September 25th to 27th. Hope you're at every one of those events. Outlaw class, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. And motorcycle, you're a couple of minutes away from getting your call. So Outlaw, you should be in the lanes. Spectators, tailgate party, Outlaw cars are lined up behind the tower, and they're coming your way in just a couple of minutes. Every Friday night, right around this time, I want to take a moment to welcome all veterans here to Mission Raceway Park and thank you for your service. Over the years, many stories we've heard from veterans and their families about the sacrifice and the hard work and dedication to all our allied forces out there. Friday Night Street Legals around 7 o'clock. If you're on active duty and you have access to a computer, we hope you're joining us on Lordco TV and watching us as we have fun and think about you and thank you for your service. Welcome to Mission Raceway. So Brian on the little side-by-side out there going to give the track a good spray down, making it super sticky, and we're at the best part of the night. Super sticky track. Everybody's had a couple of rounds. They know exactly what to do. So we're going to see some very quick runs coming in Outlaw and Motorcycle in the next couple of minutes. Now, if you're watching the drift cars and you think that's cool, how'd you like to get an opportunity to ride along inside the drift car? Well, coming up in a week, the Door Wars 14, you can drift a gift, where you can go for a ride along with a professional stunt driver to support the BC Children's Hospital. Last year, Drift a Gift raised $8,000 for the Virtue Foundation. And this year, we're looking to raise even more. So if you'd like an opportunity to sit inside a drift car, every donation of $40 or more, you're entered also into a draw to win VIP tickets to the Door Wars, where you get access to the VIP suite in the third floor of the tower, and you get the experience of sideways skills of professional drifters. This year's Door Wars 14 is presented by Big Steel Box. It's a great event coming up real soon. You better be here. And donate $40 to get your chance to ride along with a drift car. Having a conversation with a few buddies the other day and asked one of them, like the guy's 60 years old, and I asked him, you ever done a burnout in a car? And he hadn't. That poor guy. Underprivileged or what? 60 years old and never done a burnout. Well, I think I'm going to probably donate $40 and see if I can get him into one of those drift cars. That'd be an eye-opener. Never had done a burnout, and to sit beside a professional driver in a drift car, that's a great first experience for sure. For myself, I was 10 years old when my neighbor in Prince George took me with his '67 Chevelle out on the highway. And I experienced my very first burnout. At 10 years old, I was hooked ever since. So if it's your first time at a drag strip and it's your first time seeing the big smoky burnouts on the start line, that's pretty cool, ain't it? Now, the reason they do that is to warm up the tires to make them extra sticky. But no fooling. It's a lot of fun, too. Now, if you're drag racing with all-wheel drive for the first time on a Friday night and you don't want to do a burnout, you can actually drive around the water box, so you don't bring any extra water out onto the track. Just stop in front of the water box and point to the left. They'll move the cone, and you can drive around the water box. Start line crew working extra hard to get a little of the excess rubber off the track. Try to get things as sticky as possible for the Outlaw Classic coming up in a couple of minutes. But you do have a chance right now, a few minutes more, to check out the vendors, grab yourself a snack, maybe some mini donuts or a gourmet coffee, an espresso, maybe a decaf coffee. Check out the drifters at the drift track tonight as well. So back to racing in just a couple of minutes. I was talking a few minutes ago about getting an opportunity to ride in a drift car. Well, at Door Wars, I was a little confused when I was reading it, but a $40 donation guarantees you a spot for a drift. But it also enters you into the draw for the VIP room. So you're guaranteed a ride with a $40 donation. Doesn't mean you can't donate more. Raising money for the BC Children's Hospital. Looking at all the smoke down there from the drift cars, man, that would be a lot of fun riding along shotgun in one of those rides. Now, if you are here on the first date tonight and the lady by your side is saying, I might think about drag racing. That looks like fun. It's only $50. Well, better than that. On August 7th, another Drift and Drags night is also Ladies' Night, where ladies get to drag race for free. For free. Bunch of the bracket racers hang out on that Friday night, giving pointers to the would-be drag racers. And we've met some people on that first night that become regulars, actually become bracket racers on the weekend. It's a great introduction to the sport. August 7th for free. Ladies drive drag racing down the track for free. Pretty cool. And it's a Drift and Drags night. That would be a very fun night. All right, here comes Brian, chasing that thing off the track. We're just about ready. Thanks for your patience, everybody. It is super important to make this track as sticky as we can for the next class, the Outlaw class coming up. Tailgate party, spectator side of the racetrack. Get ready. Here comes the big bad Outlaws. First pair pulling into the water box. Well, a big happy Father's Day to all the dads here this fine Friday night. And kids, if you're trying to think of what Dad would like for Father's Day, well, this little Audi on the tower side of the racetrack is for sale. Stop by and visit Adam Blender in the pits and find out how you can end up driving an 8-second race car with over 1,000 horsepower. And like I say, it'd make a great Father's Day gift. Just saying. 1.4 60-foot, 8th mile was a 576 at 130 miles per hour. At the finish line, there's that 8-second pass he was talking about, an 8.777 at 161 miles per hour in 1,320 feet. Wow. A gorgeous old Chevy too. Grant Coca crosses the finish line at 11:64. 13:35 for Hookup. Now, I haven't seen this racer for a couple of weeks, but I believe it was in on the first Friday night Street Legals, claiming to be the world's fastest Lightning pickup truck. Mike Ans, Crown Door Corp, Ford Lightning. This thing is quick. Tailgate party, get ready. There's a big black Ford pickup coming your way with a parachute on it. A 10:30 at 143 miles per hour for the Ford Lightning. The S10 was having some troubles, popping a bit. Motorcycle, make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle lanes 5 and 6, please. Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. So if you're on the spectator side of the racetrack, we've got you set up with a concession stand over there at about the 1,000-foot mark tonight. So be sure to stop by, grab something to eat. They got cool stuff for you as well, like freezies and pops and drinks and stuff. Stop by the concession stand on the spectator side of the racetrack, tailgate party right around the 1,000-foot mark. That's special tonight. We don't normally have that, so make sure to use it a lot. Encourage them to do it more often. 1094 gets the win light for the Nova. That was on the spectator side of the racetrack in the Lordco lane. An 85 Regal and a 72 Oldsmobile. Nice matchup. Cool car show. And we're running them hard. 11:34 for the win. And the Oldsmobile was doing 12:04. Both cars over 100 miles an hour, no problem. 117 miles an hour for the Regal and 109 miles an hour for that Oldsmobile. That's booking. For all the people watching from home on Lorco TV, thanks for hanging out. A big shout out to Lorco TV. That is so cool to be able to watch a racing from home. And a big shout out to the people that can't be here with us tonight, like John and Vicky. Glad you're having a good time watching us at home. Wish you were here with us. No fooling. I think I'm a big fan of this Torino. Kevin McDonald, what a cool car. And it is quick. A real sleeper. Big, heavy old Ford like this pulls up beside you at the traffic light. You're thinking, and it doesn't make a whole lot of noise. So if you're just getting here tonight, you haven't seen this Torino run before, what do you think? Top time, past time, what do you think he's gonna do? I'm gonna say he does 12 seconds. Is he gonna run quicker than 12? You and me, grudge match. A 0.6 reaction time and a 60 foot of 1.5. Eighth mile, 105 miles an hour with a 660. No problem beating 12 seconds. That thing is quick. Went 10:36, 129.7 miles per hour. Wow. The Ranger was 117 miles an hour. Also, wow. 1186 for ET. That red car could have stood a little more heat in the tires. Lots of spinning on the start line. And left before the tree was ready, so won't see numbers. The Blazer went 1207 at 111 miles per hour. So here's that grudge match again between the Honda and the Corvette. Last time the Corvette won, but the Honda had trouble just after the 60-foot mark. So what do you think, kids? Is this Honda gonna beat that brand new Corvette? That's a 2025 Corvette C8 E-Ray and a 91 Civic hatchback, Black Widow. But a little teaser, the Honda has a parachute on it. So if the Honda can get a full pull, it's probably a safe bet. But race cars can be finicky. Not quite dialed in yet with the Honda, but watch out for him a little later. The Corvette ran 11:14, 125 miles an hour for Robert McLean. And Rajlal will be back to try to get a good number out of that little car. And I'm sure there's a number hidden underneath the hood of that thing. Sounds quick. Beautiful station wagon from 1957. And a 66 Chevy Nova. Nova first, 112 miles an hour, 12:23. And the big heavy wagon was 15 seconds at the finish line. You bet. That was a call for domestic from the staging lanes. So domestic class to the lanes, please. Class call for domestic class to the lanes. Domestic class to the lanes 1 through 4. Red light reaction time, negative 0.007, so 7 thousandths of a second. That would disqualify you on race day. But Friday Night Street Legal is all about running the car down the track and having fun. Not happened from that Corvette driver doing 129 miles an hour. There's a grin on his face crossing with a 10.26. I'm absolutely certain of that. 10.97 for the Buick at 99.67 miles per hour. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class to the lanes 1 through 4. Final outlaw coming your way. 2016 Dodge with a 392 under the hood. Reaction time leaving a little bit to be desired. But on a good pass, 108 miles an hour with a 1260. I was hanging out last weekend as a spectator for the big race. Man, that was fun. So many cool cars. And I saw for the first time, I'm sure I've seen it before, but it really stood out this last weekend. Reaction times that were red. 0, 0, 0, and then red in the 4th digit. So up on the reader board, trip, zip, red, losing the race. Can you imagine being red by 10,000ths of a second and losing the race? I tell you, the bracket racing is super competitive. Be sure to check it out this year. Right now, racing motorcycle with Paul Sadar, Tower Lane. 1.5 to 60 foot, 597 to half drag, 121 at the end of the bleachers. Finish line was 145 miles an hour with a 9.27 elapsed time. Dwayne Steven goes 11:44. Ken Christensen over there on the spectator side of the racetrack. Carl Vanderpool over here on the tower side. Ken not going to get numbers, messed up the tree. Vanderpool puts a 12:09 on the board with 114 for speed. Mission Neighbors. Welcome to Mission Neighbors, by the way, getting in for free. That's pretty cool. Reason to move to Mission right there. At least 2 are neighbors as well here in Mission, Darren Bowman and Lee Gallant. In fact, Bowman, Tower Lane, driving Lee Gallant's backup bike. Lee suggested I could come out one night and race that bike, but hey, you people that live in Mission, you know, if we're not drag racing, we got car club doing. There's like road racing, motorcycle, car club, and all that. And tonight, we have a special guest. Nicholas is the announcer for the car club, and he said, hey, I'm going to hang out with you for a little bit. And I said, better than that, I'm going to pass Nicholas the mic, and he's going to tell us what's going on this weekend. You got a big event this weekend, Nicholas?
Oh, yes, we do. This is the 3rd race for the Sports Car Club of BC here at Mission Raceway, and it's amazing, amazing stuff. We have Ford legends all the way from the 1930s coming back and racing still nowadays. You see them usually on short tracks, but they're going to be on the big race this weekend. We also see some open wheel cars, Formula Fords, some amazing fast Formula cars that you always want to see. This is the closest thing you'll get to Formula One here at Mission. And of course, it's our closed wheel category. We have spec Miatas, we have some Lamborghinis, Porsches, you name it, it's gonna be there. There's some incredible racing through all from 8 to 4, both Saturday and Sunday. And if you come over to the Mission Raceway Park, you'll be able to enjoy some unbelievable racing. So
that sounds so exciting, Nicholas. Now, how much does it cost for the fans to get in on the weekend event?
I believe it is $7 admission. No more than that. It should be pretty cheap for you to get in. And unless you're friends with people at the racetrack, then you're able to get in for free. So if you have some connections at the racetrack, make sure you get them, because you might be able to get in for free, but it's really, really cheap for admission for some incredible racing. Like I said, from 8 all the way to 5, both Saturday and Sunday here at Mission Raceway Park.
Thanks, Nicholas. Thanks for that. Now, anytime you're here ahead of a sport weekend, come up and see us. Let us know what's going on, and we can invite many, many folks down to the car club. I think there's a great opportunity for people that live in this town to just hang out at the racetrack. It's a cheap place to go, and the family, the kids, the smiles on their faces, it's spectacular. So thanks for hanging out with us, Nicholas.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks, man. Come back anytime. Thanks. Yeah, you too. Yeah, I look forward to the car club. There's so many cool events. I've got a buddy that actually races motorcycle at the far end of the racetrack in the road course, and I come out and hang out with him on Fridays once in a while. It's pretty cool to see both ends of the racetrack. Very cool. And tonight with drag racing and drifting, you're getting a full meal deal for your $10 to get in. That is so cool. So here at Drag Racing, we've got the Camaro racing the Corvette. Who gets there first in this pairing, do you think? Camaro took off with a full 0.4 of a second advantage on the start line. I don't think the Corvette's going to catch him. 12:48 for the Camaro. Corvette was 13:05. So to keep Tailgate Party informed over there at the far end of the racetrack, I have probably about 30 or 40 more domestic cars behind the towers. We've got lots of domestics here. The car count is definitely picking up as the night moves on. So to everybody that's here tonight, thanks for hanging out. That's pretty cool. Well, Justin would have been in trouble on the start line, Tower Lane. Very quick car, 128 miles an hour. Look for improvements on the ET as we go through the evening for Justin. But Richard Trimble goes 12:29 with his Corvette at 115 miles per hour. River Valley Ford drag strip. Couple Fords for you to stare down. A beautiful purple Ford Mustang from 1966 and a 1974 Maverick. Casey Marcette. Casey having to do a little bit of driving on the start line. The Washington car gets there first with an 11:87. Casey was 12:58. .1970 Dart from Mission, BC, Tower Lane. Actually, Jessica Armstrong posted a Dart for sale in North Vancouver last week for $7,000. I'm sure somebody scooped that one up. That's pretty cool. Nice little Dart. Goes 13:02 at 110. And Robbie Cannon goes 12:84 at 110 as well. Quicker ET. Once again, pointing out mile per hour not as important as the elapsed time when it comes to racing. That old Fargo is pretty cool. Kevin Lepp behind the wheel doing 113 miles an hour across the stripe with a 13:14 on the board. For a 1941 Fargo, that's pretty good. Jeff Homan, 70 GMC, goes 12:58 at 104.36. So kids, if your parents brought you to the racetrack tonight, you got the world's best parents. You are so lucky. Make sure you do something special for Dad this weekend. Father's Day and all. And for you older folks, make sure you give Dad a call this weekend. Say hi. He's really looking forward to it. 11:54 for the win, beating a 12:76. Beautiful Chevrolet, Silverado, Tower Lane, racing against a big bad Dodge. Well, the reaction time goes to the pickup truck, but that's about it. Win light goes to the Dodge, 12:47, 112 miles an hour. The big heavy pickup truck gets to the finish line with a 15.57 second elapsed time at a speed of 93 miles per hour. Cool matchup. Buick taking on an old Dodge. My favorite kind of car show. They're racing up the track. 12:65 with the Buick. 12:67 for the old Dodge. Now, if you're trying to guess elapsed time for a vehicle before it runs, something you watch for is if the driver is wearing a helmet. Now, if the helmet is not on the driver, you can rest assured the car is supposed to go slower than 14 seconds. (14:12) to a 14:07. So 0.07 seconds faster than the driver requires a helmet. Well, a helmet's hot. I'd just keep it slow at 14:07, forget the helmet. Lordco Lane gets the big green light, 11:48 for the win at 118 miles per hour. If you're racing tonight, you are allowed to bring a passenger with you on your run. It does limit your run to 14 seconds. Now, your passenger must be 16 years old and wearing a helmet. Now, in the pit area, no one under the age of 16 is allowed to ride anything with wheels. And if you're on a bicycle, a scooter, or anything like that, regardless of your age, you need to wear a helmet as well. Helmets are mandatory in the pits, on pit bikes, and motorcycles. John Holmes goes 13:18 at the stripe, beating the 14:35 laid down by Daniel McGuire. '68 Cougar out of Abbotsford. Goes 11:60 for the win light over the 2010 Ram driven by Shu Mooney from Port Coquitlam. The Ram goes 12:31 at 113 miles an hour. The Cougar was an 11:60 at 118 miles per hour. We got roughly 10 more domestics in the lanes. So the next class, be prepared to get your call. That'd be a standby call for the next class. Get ready. All the hard-working start line crew staying on top of their housekeeping. Getting all that done. Working hard down there. It's super hot down on the start line. These guys work so hard. If you got a business and you're looking to hire a young person, any one of these guys on the start line would be a good candidate. They're so hard-working. Maybe approach them and give them an opportunity. They sure deserve it. Big shout out to the start line crew, the safety crew at the top end of the racetrack, especially the guy sitting in the fire suit all night long. That safety crew is why it is so important for people to get the message to race on a sanctioned racetrack and to never horse around on the street. A lot of the racers involved in incidents always make a point of saying how happy they are that safety is there to support them through their process of racing. And they always tip their hat to the safety crew. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, and the tower side?
So a special night here tonight. We got a bunch of vendors on site. Make sure to check them out. They're located in the pit area here where all the tents are. Night Chasers are here with Scent Labs and Dynasty Glass, Flex Auto, and Parabolic Sims Motion. And the Parabolic Sim Motion are set up and giving away a free t-shirt to the person who gets the fastest lap time tonight. Also here tonight, Costco selling discount memberships. They're right at the end of the bleachers on the pit side. So if you're thinking of getting a Costco membership or need to renew yours, that's a great chance to get it done with a discount. Also on the spectator side of the racetrack at the tailgate party tonight, we have a food vendor set up for you. Lots of yummy food and a barbecue set up and cool drinks as well. That's a special treat. First time tonight. Be sure to take advantage of that to encourage them to do it many more times for every Friday night. Now, if you read the side of the tower, we have a very special weekend coming up. June 25th to 28th, Door Wars. And drifting going on. And a special thing with the drifting going on, where you can donate $40 and get an opportunity to ride shotgun in one of the drift cars. That $40 donation also enters you into a draw for the VIP room on the 3rd floor of the tower. Look forward to seeing everybody back for the Door Wars event coming up soon. Start line crew noticing a little something to clean up. So they're getting that done to keep things safe. We'll be back to racing like right now. Calling them forward. One of my favorite cars out nowadays would have to be the Ford Explorer. The cops drive them for a good reason. They are a good, safe family vehicle as well. Stop by River Valley Ford here in Mission, a new dealership, and take a test drive in one of the Ford Explorers. Pretty cool. This Ford Explorer racing against a Jeep. Got a nice sound to it. It's a 20 Ford Explorer. South Down Garage on YouTube. Goes 1232 at 116 miles an hour. That's pretty quick. Race fans like to pay forward. And that is why you see so many advertisers advertising here at Mission Raceway Park. All the signs you see at Mission Raceway Park are current sponsors. Be sure you mention to those sponsors when you're buying their services how much you appreciate them supporting the racetrack for such cool events like the Friday Night Street Legals. The old car on the spectator side not getting numbers, messed up on the tree. The Camaro Tower Lane ran at 14:46. One of the signs you really want to pay attention to here tonight is the Mr. Lube and Tires, located here in Mission, right across from Rocco's Diner. They sponsor Mission residents getting in for free. So as far as paying forward, if you live in Mission, be sure to get your vehicle's summer service completed at Mr. Lube and Tires. And when it's time for tires, visit them as well. Big shout out to Mr. Lube and Tires for sponsoring Mission residents getting in for free. That is very cool. Chase Cranmore, Tower Lane, gets the win light with an 11:82 elapsed time at 117 miles an hour with the Camaro. A big, heavy Jeep. What do you think you'll get for ET? I'm going to say 14 and a half. I don't know. I'm guessing. Whoa. If you said faster, you beat me. You went 13:55, almost 100 miles per hour with that Jeep. That's incredible. 99.51 miles per hour. I would have to guess he's got the 392 under the hood to be able to pull that number off. That's amazing. Morgan Brandt went 1776. Cool little Mercedes, Tower Lane. $12.85, that's quick. 112 miles per hour. That is a massive pickup truck. And little Camaro. Well, Camaro gets there first for sure. 12:45 at 106 in the big pickup truck. 91.86 miles per hour with an elapsed time of 16.46 seconds. All right, class call change. We're going to call Sport Compact to the lanes. Lanes for Sport Compact 1 through 4. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact to the lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. What a gorgeous matchup. Both cars a beautiful blue. Little Camaro and a Dodge. So what do you think, folks? Great opportunity for a grudge match with your buddy sitting beside you in the grandstands. Who's going to win this one? Mopac or Bowtie? So it's pit side of the racetrack against spectator side of the racetrack. Everybody on this side pulling for the Camaro. Everybody on that side pulling for the Dodge. Both drivers needing a little bit of help. I guess we're going to worry about that grudge match next round. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. So how fast is a Tesla? We've seen a few of them here racing on a Friday night street legals before. But a great opportunity for you and your buddies to have a little top time. What do you think this thing's going to run? Well, we got a message out there for Denny Gosling. Hey, your buddy came up and said, 0 to hero. He's suffering from an unfortunate accident, finding he's getting his finger caught inside of a ring. So congratulations to Denny getting married. 0 to hero, your friend says. Knock him dead. Congratulations, buddy. A couple new drivers out here tonight. So currently racing the Sport Compact class. Acura Tower Lane taking on Infinity. Oh, close one at the top end, but it is the Infinity getting there first with a 13:45, beating a 13:74. Currently running in Sport Compact, which is sponsored by Peterbilt Pacific. Now, if you're looking for a reliable trucking partner in BC, visit Peterbilt Pacific. They have locations across the province. Peterbilt Pacific offers a full range of new and used Peterbilt trucks, along with expert parts and service, supporting you to keep you on the road. Their team also provides flexible leasing and financing options tailored to your business needs. Backed by decades of industry experience, Peterbilt Pacific is committed to quality performance and dependable customer care. And the racer and the spectator side of the racetrack is Peterbilt Pacific. So a big shout out to Treffer. Thanks for sponsoring Sport Compact Class, and he puts 14:02 on the board at 104 miles per hour. Fortunately, the Audi RS3 beat him to the finish line with an 11:65 Tower Lane. GTR taking on a Volkswagen. This will actually be a close race, believe it or not. That Volkswagen is quick. That's a GTR. And it is super fast. Looks like he's going to catch her. GTR 974, 143 miles an hour. What a gorgeous car. The VW is super cool. Goes 1059 at 128 miles per hour. Definitely wins the cool factor. What a neat car. Racing in luxury with the 07 Mercedes CL S63. Past the gray Poupon, if you would. And at the finish line, the Mercedes crosses with a respectable 1291 at 110 miles per hour. The V-Dub was running 96 miles per hour at 1496. Good looking car, Tower Lane. I'm not sure what it is. It says a 97 EK. Well, 1382 for that good looking blue car in the Tower Lane. 1325 turns on the wind light for the RX-7 over there in Spectator Lane. $12.91 turns on the wind light. And $14.65 showing on the reader board on the spectator side of the racetrack. Well, not quite the longest night of the year. A couple days away from the longest night of the year. Definitely one of the best Friday night street legals in the middle of the warm summer. Thanks for being here tonight. We hope you're having a gas. Now, if you're hungry on the spectator side of the racetrack, there is a concession set up for you at the far end of the racetrack by the bleachers. 1362 for Dalton with the Nissan, and 1432 Tower Lane. I was just handing out a 100-mile-an-hour sticker to a racer tonight going 104 miles per hour. Make sure if you go 100 miles an hour tonight, you come up to the second floor of the timing tower and get your 100-mile-per-hour sticker.
Yeah, not a shitload, but you
1388 gets the win light over a 1389. That was a close race. Except for reaction time. It was actually a runaway race with that reaction time. Mentioning earlier at the big bracket race last weekend, I spotted a couple triple zip red reaction time. That must be so frustrating for the driver. 000 red. Ouch. Red's red. .1245, 118 miles an hour on the reader board for the TCS lane. The Lorco lane was a 1325 ET at 104 miles per hour. Lorco lane was a full half a second quicker on reaction time. Now the drivers receive a time slip for their run. And on that time slip, they get the reaction time. They get a reading at that first red marker, the 60-foot. Then they get a reading at the 330-foot mark, which is the next cone, which is halfway to the 8th mile. And then at the 8th mile, they get the elapsed time and the mile per hour. Then they get another reading at the 1,000-foot mark. And then finally, the quarter mile, elapsed time and mile per hour. And all these increments on the time slip would indicate to the drivers where they ran into trouble, where they slid off the number. Spectator side of the racetrack turning on the win light with a 1542. Once again, you don't have to be fast. You just need to be faster than the other person. That gives you the green light and the win and the roll forward. So spectator side of the racetrack, getting some pointers from Shannon. If I may offer some pointers. Getting weight off of the vehicle is really, really good for getting the best ET out of your car. So roof racks and stuff like that, not gonna help. So 1552 for the Honda, and the roof rack vehicle went 1748. Weight is everything. Talking to a racer earlier tonight, I asked him how much fuel you got in the tank. He said a full tank. I said, no, wrong answer. You come here and race with as minimal amount of fuel as you can to keep your weight down. Listening to the motorcycle guys fueling up when I first got here tonight, somebody says to Lee, I'll help you fuel up. How many ounces do you want? Again, keeping the weight down as low as possible is instrumental at improving your elapsed time. Empty the trunk, empty the glove box, pull out the passenger seat, pull out the rear seat. Don't take a passenger. 1031 at 138 miles an hour, getting there first, the Lorco lane. The TCS lane ran a 14:01 at 1:02. There you go. Well, this is a close race out there. Reaction time definitely goes to Mark on the spectator side of the racetrack by 0.4 of a second. Not enough, though. The Honda on the Honda on the tower lane gets there first with a 14:53 at 97 miles per hour. Honda spectator side of the racetrack was a 15:57. Class call change for Junior Street. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street to the lanes. Junior Street to the lanes. Junior Street, you have been called to the lanes. Junior Street to the lanes. Standby call going out to Outlaw class. You're getting the call out in just 1 minute. Junior Street to the lanes. And then we'll do a little track prep ahead of Outlaw. If you're at the tailgate party tonight, you look across the road, you see a bunch of drifting going on. That event is free for you. You're welcome to come over to the pit side of the racetrack by crossing the Lordco Bridge. The big Lordco Bridge, a big testament to the support we get from Lordco Auto Parts. Lordco Bridge has been there for a long time. Lordco Lane's been there as long as I've been coming to the racetrack. So a big shout out to Lordco Auto Parts. Wherever you live in British Columbia, make sure to make friends with your pals at Lordco Auto Parts as they help you maintain your vehicle and bring in production parts to improve your vehicle as well. Lordco Auto Parts also has delivery for shops with accounts. Be sure to get a hold of Lordco Auto Parts. We have one right across the road here on London Avenue. And they fill nitrous bottles, but you missed that opportunity tonight. They usually stop filling nitrous around 7 p.m. They close at 8 o'clock, so you've missed them for tonight. But if you ever need, you can get a helmet at Lordco Auto Parts as well. Junior Street, you should be in the lanes. Junior Street to the lanes. So 10:56 for the win light. With Junior Street. So right now we're actually holding a bracket race with Junior Street as they want to practice the battle at the finish line. That's why you'll see one car leave ahead of the other car. Right now we're on a single pass. Reaction time was a .04 and a run of 9:69 if you're tracking the information. 73 miles per hour. All right, the dial-ins are 11:57 and 10:30. So 11:57 leaves first, 10:30 chases. Now it plays out at the finish line. Who gets to the stripe first without going too fast? 11:35 on an 11:57. 10:60 on a 10:30 is closer. Oh. So out of that pair, your winner would be Owen Harvey. Class call change. Call Outlaw to the lanes, please. Outlaw to the lanes. Calling Outlaw to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. Well, getting a little bit of track prep done ahead of the Outlaw class. The quicker cars here on a Friday night running on slicks. It's going to take a couple of minutes to get the prep done. Great opportunity for you to read the signage here at Mission Raceway Park. Big shout out to all the sponsors involved with keeping this place going. The Mission Regional Chamber of Commerce welcomes all racers and fans to Mission and encourages you to look at maybe moving to Mission. Lots of beautiful real estate, probably the best deals in the entire Fraser Valley. Be sure to get a hold of your RE/MAX Realtor here in Mission with more than 17 teams locally to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Great big industrial area going in. Bunch of new development in Silverdale. Townhouses, apartments, condos, all kinds of great opportunities for you here in Mission. A great place to live with a train that runs right to downtown Vancouver every morning and brings you back home. With the Fraser River in your backyard, Stave Lake, Harrison Lake, Sasquatch Mountain. And again, the best deals in real estate you'll ever find. Love to call you a Mission neighbor. And Mission neighbors get in for free at the Friday night street legals, courtesy of Mr. Lubin Tires here in Mission, right across the road from Rocco's Diner. Now, Rocco's Diner is open 24 hours a day. If you're here racing on a weekend and you're wrenching all through the night, run over and grab the crew some lunch over at Rocco's Diner, and maybe some of their delicious homemade pies. Another sponsor here at Mission Raceway Park is the mall across the street. All of the stores in there. What other racetrack in the NHRA has its own shopping mall with a movie theater? Lots of restaurants over there, coffee, Save On Foods. Unfortunately, Canadian Tire right now is closed down because of a fire in the dumpster, but they will be open soon. But all the businesses across from the racetrack at the shopping mall. So big shout out to all the sponsors here at Mission Raceway Park. And as we do a little bit of track prep, I encourage all racers, all race fans to take a couple minutes to read the signage. So the delay right now is because the start line crew are doing some maintenance on the racetrack. They're getting the start line prepped for the Outlaw class, which are going to be coming up in just a couple of minutes. Outlaw class, you have been called to the lanes. Motorcycle, you're on a standby call. Race fans at the tailgate party, as I walk and take a look behind the tower, I see probably around 25 cars or so in the Outlaw class. And they're all ready and eager to go. Just a little bit of start line prep, and we'll be sending those quick cars your way to the tailgate party. Definitely cool when we have the drifting drags going. So we're doing a little track prep. You could go watch some drifting. Then when we're back to racing, you zip back over to the fence, you get some more drag racing. What a fun-filled event here at the Friday Night Street Legals when we have the drifting drags. Thanks for all the people involved in making that a reality. Coming up in a week, we got the Door Wars 14 here at Mission Raceway Park. A fun weekend. A lot of people, that's their favorite weekend. Real fast cars. Small tire cars shaking the ground. It's going to be really cool. Now, they also have drifting going on next weekend for the Door Wars. And with a $40 donation, you get an opportunity to ride shotgun in a drift car. Not only that, when you donate $40, it's for a good cause. It's for raising money for BC Children's Hospital. Last year, the Drift and Gift raised over $8,000 for the Virtue Foundation. That's pretty cool. So next weekend at Door Wars, pay $40. Get your favorite person to ride in a drift car, and that also enters you into a raffle to enter the VIP room on the third floor of the tower and becoming a VIP guest. Looking forward to seeing everybody back for Door Wars next weekend. All right, start line is ready. They're calling the cars forward. So here we go, folks. Thanks for your patience. Back to racing with the Outlaw, followed by Motorcycle. '91 Civic hatchback, Raj Lal out of Surrey, the Black Widow. I think we have some major potential out of this little Honda. Let's see if he can put it down this time. Kai Jasmine, 85 Regal on the spectator side of the racetrack. Father versus son racing tonight. Kai's turn behind the wheel. All right, the Honda's in, Buick's in, here we go. $12.25 from the Honda at 95 miles an hour, starting to get it dialed in. Took a little time to react on the start line. The Buick didn't waste any time, took off, got a 11.28. Getting there first, 117 miles per hour. '18 Charger. Charging through to the finish line first, ahead of Tony Brandt with a 996. Oh, that was Ray, actually. Freezer ran 13.55 with the Buick. Nice matchup. 72 Oldsmobile, 68 Torino. Kevin McDonald with the Torino goes 09 on the tree. 130 at the top end with a 10.29 to win. The Oldsmobile was quicker for ET with a 12.04. Whole shot win for the Torino. A nice Mopar matchup for you. Good opportunity for a grudge match. You and your friends sitting in the bleachers. Who's going to get there first? The SRT, Adam Muscle, spectator side of the racetrack. That'd be my guess. Tyler Brown, Tower Lane, 2016 Dodge. He's got a challenge. Adam Muscle's done this before. Both cars in. Easy victory for Adam Muscle. 11:59 at 88 miles per hour. That SRT goes way faster. A 66 Chevy 2 racing an 85 Blazer. Greg Koka on the Chevy 2 goes 0.3 reaction time. That might be the best reaction time so far tonight. That's a good one. 11:95 for Ken Ritchie with the Blazer, doing 114 miles per hour. Chevy 2 had a great reaction time, but that's about it. Fell off at the top end. Adam Blender with the Audi RS3. Last time we're going to see it racing is tonight. It's for sale. It will make a great Father's Day gift, just saying. Litzenberger, Brad out of Chilliwack with a 75 Nova. Spectator side of the track. Well, he was able to catch him with an 895 to a 1093. Brad had a substantial advantage at the start line. But watch out for that RS3. Adam Blender's car boosts up the racetrack at 161 miles an hour to get there first. Razvan Dijon. 96 Golf, team all race. Woo, 914, 158 miles an hour for the Golf. That was moving. 135 miles an hour for Jordan, doing 11.00 over on the spectator side of the racetrack. Here's a good grudge match. Bowtie taking on Blue Oval. Mach 1 was 0.4 reaction time. But the Corvette running away with it. 10:22 at 127. Mustang 1188, 114. Tony Brand ran 10:37 at 128 miles per hour. Gets the win light. 110 miles an hour for Don over there at 12:65. Pair of S10s. No, a Ranger. Spectator side of the racetrack is a Ranger. Motorcycle lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle, you're called to the lanes, please. Motorcycle lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for domestic class. You bet. We're going to call domestic lanes 5 and 6. Domestic class lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. The 86 Buick goes 1078, 95 miles per hour. Well, hanging out at Mission Raceway Park, 25 feet above sea level. A lot of these racers love racing our track because they get so much air. Mike Hans, 02 Ford, claims to be the fastest Lightning pickup truck on the planet. Lives right here in Mission. Crown Door Corp. Ford Lightning, tailgate party, get ready. This is going to be quick. '25 Corvette C8 E-Ray getting there second. Behind the Ford Lightning pickup truck, Mike Enns booms through at 994, 136 miles per hour. That was it for Outlaw class, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply. Up next, motorcycle class with Lee Gallant and Darren Bowman. Neighbors here in Mission. Lee Gallant lending Darren the bike for tonight. That's pretty cool. Now, Darren's job, beat Lee to the top on his Hayabusa. Well, Lee not on the game tonight. Went red on the reaction time. It's Darren getting there with a 1040, 131 miles per hour. Up next, Paul Sidar and Dwayne Stevens. Paul's out of Hope, Dwayne's out of Langley. Hope, Tower Lane, Langley, spectator side. '06 reaction time for Paul, 1.5 to 60 foot. At the 8th mile was a 6.00 at 120 miles an hour. That's the end of the bleachers. Top end of the racetrack, Paul crosses the beams with a 932, 146.63 miles per hour. And Dwayne Stevens was 154 miles an hour with a 953. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. Adrian with the win, light 11:27 ET with a speed of 138 miles per hour. Isaac was 120 miles an hour with an ET of 11:54 on the spectator side of the track. Final bike, Ken Chris. Oh no, a couple more behind him. Ken Christensen out of Coquitlam, making a solo pass, spectator side. .58 at 88 miles per hour for Ken.
145 tip cars.
1389 for the win for Stephen Payne. 1384 was quicker reaction time. Whole shot win for Stephen. Those are the best. Camaro taking on Corvette. What do you think, folks? The black Camaro or the white Corvette gonna get there first? Okay, domestic class, you should be in the lanes. Final call. Win light for the Corvette. 11:24 beating the Camaro's 12:36. Corvette was 131.5 miles per hour. Wow. The Camaro was 112.
Top end is clear. Go.
Road was just eyeballing you, Rock.
Dodge, racing Dodge. 70 Dart. Not sure what year that other car is, like 70? 68? Cool old cars. 1294 for the Dart and 1282 for the larger Dodge over there in the spectator side of the racetrack. So what do you think, folks? The Mopar or the bow tie? Who gets there first out of this pair? Who's going to get there first? That's a quick Dodge. Camaro's wearing a helmet. Oh, we got us a good drag race. It's the Dodge, 1283 beating a 1311. Good times at the Friday Night Street Legals. Race fans, make sure tonight when you're walking around in the pits that you tell every single racer how proud you are of them racing on the track and not racing on the street. Makes a big difference. The more pat on the backs they get, the more they'll be encouraged to come back. So make sure you tell them how much you appreciate them racing on the track. Mr. Mooney with the win, 1227, beating the 1459. That's a nice little S-10 from 1994. Harrison Thomas, right from here in Mission. Goes 12:16, but gets beat out by an 11:34 from the Camaro. The Camaro was doing 123 miles an hour. The little S-10 was doing 110 at the finish. Another Mission car. Austin over here at Tower Side. Racing against a Camaro. Tyson Lowe. Marshmello first off the trap with a 2.0 reaction time. Tower Lane was quicker with a 12:08, beating a 12:67. Well, if you picked the bow tie, you got the win. 12:34, beating the Mustangs 12:68. Jen with the win, 11:43 with the Malibu, 118 miles per hour. 118 miles an hour for the Silverado, but a slower ET at 12:23. Jeep Tower Lane taking on a 72 Buick on the spectator side of the racetrack. Nice sounding Buick. Buick 1185 turning on the wind light. Spectator side of the racetrack doing 112 miles per hour for Brad Sutton. Dustin Thiessen was 1729 at 54 miles per hour. Charger taking on a Camaro. Dean Bicknell out of Aldergrove, BC with that 1970 Dodge. Nice car. Dean with a nice reaction time in 07. And the wind light at 14:02 and 100.63 miles per hour. Make sure you tell Dean to come get his 100 mile per hour sticker. That'll look real cool on the back of that old Dodge. This one belongs at the TCS lane with a 12:43, beating the spectator lane 13:64. 2017 Camaro. And the 67 Tiger. Chase Cranmore on a nice run with that Camaro. Went 1164, 118 miles per hour. Let Chase know that we also have an ET sticker for the back of the car that shows him running 11 seconds. So make sure to tell Chase to come and grab his 100 mile per hour sticker and his 11-second ET sticker as well. Camaro taking on Mopac. $14.92 gets the win light, spectator side of the racetrack. $14.99 was on the reader board for the pit lane. Lord Colane with the win light, 12:46, beating a 13:96. Well, the big pickup truck running away with it this time. 14:53. Tower Lane was 18.68. River Valley Ford drag strip presenting you two Ford Explorers on the start line right now. And I do dig these Ford Explorers. They are a cool ride. So how fast is a Ford Explorer? Top time, what do you think it's going to run? I was going to say around 14 seconds. And that's what we got out of the Tower Lane was a 14:02. Spectator side of the racetrack seemed to be having a little bit of trouble on the pass. Old Ford taking on new Ford. 1974 Maverick racing against a 2017 Mustang. Cool matchup. So what do you think? Grudge match, you and your friends sitting in the grandstand. Who's going to get there first, the 74 or the 2017? Nice sound out of the 2017. And it's quick, 11:19 at 130 miles per hour. Cool. 12:24 at 112 for the Maverick. Class call change. We're calling Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes, please. Sport Compact to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. The Fargo runs 13-13, 113 miles an hour. Lucky 13 getting there first. The Infinity was a 1406 at 99.01. 2023 Corvette. Racing a 1970 GMC pickup. .56 at 138 miles per hour, getting the win light Tower Lane. Spectator side of the racetrack goes 12:11 at 126 miles per hour. Cool. Pick-me-up truck getting there first with a 12:01 at 120 miles per hour. That's cool. 1498, 87 miles an hour for Jason. Now sitting at the tailgate party in the back of the bed that never needs to be made with the romantic glow of that cargo light, no better place than hanging out at the Friday Night Street Legals at the tailgate party. Thanks for being with us tonight. We look forward to seeing you every single race this year. You can get the schedule online. And there's a big poster on the side of the tower that shows all the main events coming this year. Be sure to catch all of those, including the Door Wars event next weekend. That's going to be super fast, loud, and spectacular. Hope we see every single person here tonight, here next weekend for Door Wars as well. Now, during Door Wars, we're going to have drifting going on, and with a $40 donation, you can ride shotgun in a drift car. That'd be a very cool experience. And with that $40 donation, it enters you into a raffle for a VIP pass where you get to enter the third floor of the timing tower and be treated like a very special guest. Look forward to seeing everybody next weekend. 1291 gets the win light, beating a 1355. That was a TCS lane that got the win at 109 miles an hour for Ned Zad in the Mercedes. A Toyota matchup. $14.68 beats at $14.85. That was a close race. So, Sport Compact, you should be in the lanes. Last call for Sport Compact. Standby call going out to Junior Street. So I see a few people taking off already tonight. We really want to thank you for coming out, hanging out with us tonight. We're doing it a lot more this year. Be sure to grab a schedule and come back again. Now, if you are leaving early, I want to remind everybody, please, when you leave Mission Raceway Park, to leave in a very courteous manner. Leave quietly and respectful. Don't be doing any burnouts or racing away from the track. We appreciate that. A lot of effort goes into making the street legals a reality. And we appreciate your help and support on that. $13.25 on the Lord Cole lane, turning on the green light for the win. Dalton going 107 miles per hour. Cool. '25 Audi RS3 in the Lord Cole lane. Running away with this one. 117 miles an hour, 1163 for the win. The Elantra and ran 100.94 miles an hour at 14.10. Make sure you tell Trevor and the Elantra to come get the 100-mile-per-hour sticker. Dodge SRT racing against a 95 RX-7. RX-7 running away with it. 104 miles an hour at 1320. The little SRT, that's a quick car. 1368 for elapsed time, but the mile per hour, 108.85 from the little Dodge SRT. That's pretty quick. Pair of Hondas. And on the spectator side of the racetrack, the four-door Honda getting there first with a 1495 at 95 miles an hour. The Tower Lane Honda ran a 1517. And Gage Burton crossed the finish line at 92.23 in that little 07 Civic. The drifting is going to be going on for a little while longer, so be sure to get a chance to check out the drift cars while they're still running. Nathan, 1065 with the win at 143 miles an hour. Wow. Cindy Muscle, 119 at the quarter mile with an elapsed time of 1169. Make sure that Sydney comes up to the tower to get the 11-second ET sticker and the 100-mile-per-hour sticker. Little Volkswagen. From 1962, Sam Wood goes 1123. Wow, at 117 miles an hour for the little V-dub. That's cool. $13.14 turns on the wind light, 106 miles per hour for the little BMW. That's cool. Junior? Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Class call for Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6, please. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Class call for Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Pair of Civics, heads up drag racing. $13.56 for Liam. Gets the win over JL running a 14.02. Well, win light goes to the Audi TTRS going 10:58, 132 miles per hour. The Civic far behind that with a 15-second pass. But that Audi was quick, 10:58 at 132. Wow.
It does go. It goes with nobody in it. It looks nice when it's all lit up.
An 07 Mercedes and a 2016 Audi. And the Mercedes CL S63 getting there first with a 1392 at 98 miles per hour. The Audi just under 100 at 99.87. And then the lapse time of 13:56.
Never ever go to 100 mile an hour.
It's pretty cool working up in the tower and watching people come up to get their 100-mile-per-hour sticker. And for some people, that's a big, big milestone for them. That's pretty cool. It does take quite a bit of power to go 100 miles per hour. It's not every car that can do that. So that's a nice milestone, and congratulations to everybody that's reaching that milestone this evening. Very cool. 15:04 gets the win light on that last pair. That was on the tower lane. Catching booming down the trail at 10:31, doing 139.84 miles an hour down Farmer Lane. BMW Tower Lane was 125 miles an hour with a 12:08 elapsed time. TCS lane with the win light, 11:06, 126.3 miles per hour. 104 miles an hour for Dan, 13.88 elapsed time. That was on the spectator side. Little green light turning on in the TCS lane with a pass of 1481, 95 miles per hour for the BMW. Spectator side of the racetrack, 1493 was the elapsed time at 97.11. '81 Caddy, little Volkswagen pickup truck. Somewhere there's a world record for that truck. And on this particular night, that pickup truck ran 53 miles per hour at 24.3 seconds. 1493 Tower Lane at 97.68 miles per hour. Now that 24-second pass by the little 81 Volkswagen pickup truck would probably be a pretty consistent number. You could probably run that thing 10 times and be 24 something. And in a bracket weekend, being consistent is more important than being fast. One weekend in motorcycle, I watched Lee Gallant on his Hayabusa get beat by a 50cc Vespa. The little 50cc Vespa dials like 29 or 31 seconds. The Hayabusa dials 9 seconds and has to wait like 20 seconds to take off. And at the finish line, to nail the stripe when somebody's doing 50 miles an hour or 30 miles an hour and you're doing 160, that's a tough challenge. Well, the Vespa won that race and watched him drive out of the racetrack with the trophy on the front seat of the Vespa. And the trophy towered over his head as he was driving out on his little 50cc Vespa. So bracket racing is pretty competitive and very cool because it gives everybody an even field. You need to check out a bracket weekend. It's pretty cool. Class call for Outlaw to the lanes. Outlaw class to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Outlaw to the lanes, standby call for motorcycle. Outlaw, your call to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Convertible Mustang, Tower Lane. Now, if you're driving a convertible, it doesn't matter how slow. You always require a helmet when riding in a convertible. Not getting any numbers for the pass. Oh, that's because we're in Junior Street. My bad. So Joni Mitchell on a bye run went 10:34. The dial for these two is 10:50 and 10:65. So 10:65 leaves first. Spectator side of the racetrack, that's Hunter Gallant. Red light reaction time for Hunter Gallant gives the win over to Owen Harvey. Owen Harvey moving forward to the next round. Hunter eliminated in this round. 10:50 was the dial, ran under the number at 10:35. So had Hunter not gone red, oh, that was a double breakout. Hunter went quick too. He went 10:45 on a 10:65. So he would have broke out as well. Owen was breaking out, but it didn't matter because Hunter had already red lit at the start line. He who fouls first or fouls worse. In drag racing, Owen could have lost that race had he crossed the center line. He'd already won the race because of Hunter's red light reaction time. that had Owen cross the center line, he would have been disqualified, and Hunter would have got the win. So it's he who fouls first or he who fouls worse.
Okay, I'm gonna come get French fries.
So right now, a little bit of track prep ahead of Outlaw class. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. And motorcycle, when you see the Outlaw cars go past, you can lazily make your way to lanes 5 and 6. So Outlaw to lanes 1 through 4. Tailgate party, top end of the racetrack. On the spectator side of the racetrack, we have called Outlaw cars to the lanes, and we have a bunch of them. Lots of quick cars coming your way in just a couple of minutes. We appreciate your patience as the start line crew does a little start line prep. And crew out on the track, checking the surface out there as well. So thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Here's a chance for you to read all the signage at the racetrack. All our sponsors, and we are super proud of them all. We just had a pair of glasses turned in at the tower. They're black frames, clear lenses, white lettering on the arms. If you've lost your glasses, check real careful, and they are up in the second floor of the timing tower if you lost your glasses. Track prep's going well. We should be back to racing in just a couple of minutes. We appreciate your patience as we make sure the track is safe for all racers. Great opportunity for you to read the signage at the track. The concession is going to be having final call at 10 p.m. So if you're hungry, you're running out of time to grab yourself a snack. Big shout out to all the vendors here tonight as well. From Night Chasers, Scent Labs, Dynasty Glass, Flex Auto, and Parabolic Sim Motion. Thanks for being with us tonight. Be sure to check them out. The tents on the pits, where you can find them over by Tech. And also Costco is here tonight with discount memberships. And they're located on the pit side of the track, right beside the bleachers. B&S Coffee is open underneath the bleachers as well, making those delicious mini donuts. Big shout out to Barry and Shelley for being here tonight. We just can't do it without you. Be sure when you grab a coffee that you tip them well. (1985) Regal Tower Lane, 1972 Oldsmobile. Spectator side of the racetrack, Racing Outlaw. Tailgate party, here they come. Got us a drag race. Regal gets their 11:27, beating an 11:94. 1975 Nova, Lordco Lane, TCS Lane, 08 BMW 335. The 75 Nova goes 1083, 123 miles per hour. 958, 144 miles an hour was quicker for the BMW. Unfortunately, reaction time made the difference. Whole shot win for Brad. Pair of Mopars coming at you. Last time, the red one got there first. Adam had a bit of trouble with the SRT. But I was going to say, maybe not this time. Adam Muscle running away with it. 8th mile was a 6:46 at 1:14 at the finish line. The Muscle Mopar runs 9:88 at 143 miles per hour. Tyler Brown was 120 miles an hour with an 11:85. I told a story earlier of when I was 10 years old and I did my very first burnout. Well, that was in this car right here, a 67 Chevelle. Not that one in particular, but that same model. Good memories. That's a quick car. Look at that, 101 miles per hour with a 944. He was doing 120 at the 1,000 foot, so slowing down across the finish line. That's cool. He was 128 miles an hour at the 8th mile with a 564. That's a quick car. John at the finish line was 11:93 at 112. All right, good grudge match coming your way. A Charger taking on a Chevy 2. Quick Charger and a quick Chev 2. So what do you think, folks? Top time, who's going to get there first? Mopac. Or they like to say Mopar or no car. 972, 141 miles per hour. Wow. The Chevy 2 was 114 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 11.69. Little Chevy S10 out of Cedro, Woolley, Washington. Jim Crawford. Floating that left tire. That's cool. Team all race. Gonna get there first with the little S10. Again, slowing down across the finish line. Was doing 121 at the 1,000 foot and 110 across the finish line. He was quicker at the 8th mile at 116 miles an hour with a 602. That's a quick little pickup. And Ray over there in the spectator lane ran 101 miles an hour with a 13.88. Yeah. Motorcycle, your call to lane 6, please. Motorcycle to lane 6. Last call for motorcycle to lane 6. Motorcycle, you've been called to lane 6, please. And the wind light on, 1164. At 114 miles an hour for the 57 Chevy Bel Air. Motorcycle, you've been called to lane 6. Motorcycle, lane 6. And that'd be a standby call going out for the next class after motorcycle, which is domestic. Standby call for domestic class. Motorcycle, lane 6. Here's that gorgeous 25 Chevy C8 Corvette E-Ray. And falling behind, the 73 Nova. Tony Brandt getting the win over the Corvette. It was 1022, beating the Corvette's 1078. That was cool. Tony was 129 miles an hour, and Robert McLean in the Vet was 123 miles per hour. Here comes the Raz van. What a cool car. Team all race. 8th mile, 6:10 at 122. Across the finish line, the little Volkswagen Golf was doing 154 miles an hour with a 926. Wow. All right, folks, class call for domestic, please. We're going to take domestic class to 1 through 4. Domestic class, your call to the lanes. Domestic class to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestic class to the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's a cool Corvette. Jimmy Sousa. Bouncing the left front wheel off the ground just a tiny little bit. That's cool. At the 8th mile, that Corvette was going 104. At the end of the bleachers, went 646 to the end of the bleachers. At the finish line, 129 miles an hour with a 1021 for the Vet. The Buick was a 1053 at 101. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. Domestic to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. They are bound and determined, and so are we. We want to see a full pull from this little Honda. And the pickup truck ran 10:35 at 129. The Honda's going to reset. Just getting this little thing figured out tonight. It's a cool car. Some real potential. Just needs to get it dialed in. Looking forward to that. So, folks, what's your favorite car here tonight? This little Torino is a contender. Man, what a cool car. Good grudge match coming at you. Red light reaction time for Sean Langley in the Mustang. 09 reaction time for the Torino. What a cool driver. Man, oh man, 130 miles an hour with a 1031. Half track, 8th mile for the Torino. It's 105 miles an hour with a 656. Here we go, motorcycle class. Motorcycle class still looking for a title sponsor this year. Great opportunity for you and your business. This is where we would be mentioning your company name over and over. Isaac's got it, 11:57, 120 miles per hour. Ken Christensen, racing on a smaller bike tonight, having fun, racing pretty consistently at 88 miles an hour, puts down 14.44. Single pass for Adrian Tash, 2023 Suzuki 1300cc. Non-extended swing arm. Expected to see a little bit of a lower 60 foot. But after that initial start, power on. 1076 at 143. Last pair of bikes in the water box, followed by domestic class, and there's a lineup of them. TCS lane gets there first, 1367, beating a 1338. The slower ride getting there first, courtesy of a whole shot win, a better reaction time. Harrison Thomas out of Mission, BC with the 94 S10. Nice looking little truck. $60-foot, 1.72. 8th mile for the S10 pickup truck is 91 miles an hour with a 767. And at the finish line, the little red pickup going 1201. 111.94 miles per hour. Car in the spectator side of the racetrack ran a 1474 at 95.06. Pair of old Mopars. Nice matchup, pretty even at the 8th mile. Side by side at the finish, your winner, 1267, beating a 1283. the 1970 Dart from Mission. Well, the drift track is officially shut down for the night. That was cool. Thanks to everybody who participated in the drifting event this evening. Super cool. Down on the drag strip, we're keeping it going. Justin, Precourt. Goes 1068 for the win light, 135 miles per hour. That was on the spectator side of the track, and that was moving. Well, Kevin Lepp in the old farm truck, the 41 Fargo. I wonder if that's something to do with Lepp's Farms. One of their original trucks. That's pretty cool. The 2018 Ford F-350 ran 1440 at 99.96 miles per hour in the Tower Lane. Nice little wheel stand out of that cool hot rod. Went 1209 for the wind light. The TCS lane doing 111 with that wind. 112 miles an hour with a 1220 for the spectator side of the track. Taylor Cousteau out of Chilliwack with the 25 Ford gets the win. 121 miles an hour. Wow. 1168 for ET. That's a quick little pickup. TCS, or the Lorco lane, ran a 1437. Spectator side of the racetrack getting there first with a 1205, beating a 1427. Well, the Corvette is getting taken out by the Camaro. That's a fast Camaro. 1165, 122 miles per hour. The Corvette ran a 12.33 elapsed time with a speed of 114 miles per hour. Beautiful SUV in the Tower Lane. But the Malibu was quicker. In the spectator side of the racetrack, it ran 1142, 118 miles per hour. The SUV puts down a 17-second run. Well, if you're taking off for the night, Thanks for coming and hanging out with us tonight. We got a lot more racing coming your way this year. Now, next weekend, the Door Wars event. A lot of people, that's their favorite race. A lot of small tire, big power, 8th mile racing. It's going to be a spectacular weekend. We hope to see you next weekend as well. 12:48 for Miley, 111 miles per hour. 13:28 by Sean McCloskey, doing 100.42. He'd prefer 142, but 100.42. That gets you the sticker for 100 mile per hour if you need it. Love that old Dodge. Dean Bicknell out of Aldergrove, BC with the 1970 Dodge. Goes 1397 at 100.29. Told you earlier, it takes quite a bit of power to go 100 miles per hour. To see some cars doing 120 and 130, that's wild. Tower Lane, 1025, 137 miles an hour. Wow. Slingshot for sure. Class call. Class call for Sport Compact to the lanes. Class call for Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes. Love the sound of that Corvette. Didn't have to be there first. Sure sounded cool. Wow, 1285, 119 miles an hour for the Vet. The Camaro was doing 1168, 118 miles an hour. Sport Compact. You've been called to the lanes. Sport Compact, lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sport Compact to the lanes. And class call for Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Sport Compact 1 through 4. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. I've called Junior. Close one at the finish. Oh yeah, 1449 beats the 1490. 1485 beats the 1469 courtesy of a better reaction time. Whole shot win for Liam. Win light, spectator side of the racetrack, 1289 for elapsed time, mile per hour, 108. Nedzad ran 109 miles an hour with a 1456 with the Mercedes. Taylor Sombathy in the SRT. That's a quick little car. Pretty impressed with it. 105 miles an hour with a 14:15 elapsed time. Now, Dom Kent got there first with his Toyota with a 15:19. Again, a whole shot win for the Toyota. Final call for Junior Street. Standby call for Outlaw. Sorry, buddy. I'm busy. Yeah, for all the dads that are here tonight, and if you're taking off early, happy Father's Day. You're a great pops, bringing your kid out to the track. Hats off to you, buddy. Happy Father's Day. 1458 gets the win over a 1533. So Junior Street, you should be in the lanes. And it looks like you are. Tailgate party, thanks for coming out tonight. You guys rock tonight. And for everybody leaving the track, remember, leave courteously, please, and thank you. Win light, 1367, spectator side of the racetrack, doing 99.08 for the win. Little Honda was going 93 miles an hour at the finish line with a 15-second pass. Running away with it. 1018, 141 miles an hour gets the job done with the Audi. Head of staging looking for me to call outlaw to the lanes. So class call change for outlaw. Outlaw to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4 for the outlaw class. Your call to the lanes. Standby call for motorcycle. Last pair got the win, $12.99 at 105. That was on the Tower Lane. Outlaw, your call to the lanes. Outlaw call to 1 through 4. Standby call for motorcycle. $13.60 beating the $13.45. Slower car getting the win. Whole shot win, courtesy of a better reaction time. $13.10, 115 miles an hour. Tower Lane getting the win light. Johnny with the win, 10.25, beating the 10.66. Ian with a red light reaction time. Win light, spectator side of the racetrack, 11:33. All right, and that was it for Junior Street. Next class will be the Outlaw class. So as typical, a little bit of track prep going on ahead of the Outlaw class. Motorcycle, you can make your way lazily to lane 6. As we get the track prep done ahead of Outlaw class. Gives us a chance to thank everybody for being here tonight. It was awesome to have you hanging out with us here at the River Valley Ford drag strip at Mission Raceway Park for the Mopac Performance Friday Night Street Legals. Doing it again in a couple of weeks. Next weekend, we got Door Wars and drift cars all weekend long. In fact, a chance for you to ride shotgun in a drift car. Takes a $40 donation to get a ride. And with that $40 donation, it enters you into a raffle for a VIP pass for the weekend for Door Wars. Look forward to seeing everybody back next weekend. Take a picture of that big poster on the side of the tower. Identifies all the big events here this year, including Jet Car Weekend, the end of August. Full action-packed season still coming your way here at Mission Raceway Park. And as pointed out earlier, if we're not drag racing, it's very likely the road course has something going on. And the BC Sports Club's got a big event this weekend. Their announcer was here this evening and had a chance to plug the event. So hopefully everybody gets a chance to pop out this weekend to check it out. Check it out a little bit of road racing course on Sunday. and then make your way over to Heritage Park for the Father's Day Car Show. Well, thanks for your patience, folks. About another 5 minutes. Brian's just doing the final touches on the start. Motorcycle, make your way to lanes 5 and 6, or lane 6. Should do it. Motorcycle to lane 6. Tailgate party. Spectator side of the racetrack. We've called the cars into the water box, so here they come. We start off with a beautiful Oldsmobile and that world's fastest Lightning Ford pickup truck from Mission. Pickup truck being piloted by Mike Enns. Mike Boytson out of Langley with his 72 Oldsmobile. I know, right? Buckle up, here comes the Ford Lightning. At the 8th mile, the pickup truck was doing 643 at 112 miles per hour at the end of the bleachers. Top end of the racetrack, the Ford Lightning, 137.36 miles per hour with a 9.91. And the Oldsmobile, 110 miles an hour with 11.94. Big heavy Buick from 1986, racing a little 86 Blazer. Blazer sure cut a light on him. I don't know if he's going to be able to catch him with the Buick. Close, but no cigar. 12:01, beating an 11:47. Again, the slower car beating the faster car, courtesy of a whole shot win. Better reaction time. Well, speaking cool, this wagon. Man, is that cool. Chevy Bel Air wagon. 1957. And the Honda not getting the full pull in yet, but the 60-foot was spectacular with a 1.47. That's pretty cool. Expecting lots from that Honda in the future. Okay, we got a good grudge match coming your way. The 67 Chevelle, 66 Chevelle, my bad, racing against a 69 Mach 1. So bow tie taking on a blue oval. Nice matchup. Grudge match, you and your buddy. Who's getting there first? .07 reaction time for the Mustang. Chevelle chasing hard. And catches him. 10:09 beating an 11:70. Wow. That was a fun race. That one race right there worth the price of admission all alone. Everything else was free tonight. Domestic, class call for domestic. Domestic lanes 1 through 4. Class call for domestic class to lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. The 03 S10 ran 1393 at 49 miles an hour. Bit of a troubled pass. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes, please. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Our final outlaw, little Honda back. A lot of noise and a lot of flames. Now, if you dig those flames, that's nothing. Wait till next weekend. Door Wars, you're going to see flames like you've never seen before. Very cool. Door Wars next weekend, a spectacular event. You need to check it out. The only way you're going to see more flames is if you show up for the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. The end of August. We got flames. We got flames. Oh, we got flames. All right, here we go with motorcycle class. These two facing off all night long. Man, does that look like fun. Yeehaw. 1063 for the win. 1151 for Isaac. 143 miles an hour and 1,320 feet on 2 wheels. Yeah. Last weekend, Top Fuel Harleys all running over 200 miles an hour. Man, weekend events here are so cool at Mission Raceway. 1348, 103 miles an hour gets the win. Philip Johnson in the Tower Lane. And that was it for motorcycle.
Domestic coming at ya. Supersport compact.
Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. Final call for domestic. Standby call for sport compact. You're coming up in a minute. Sport compact, you're called to the lanes. Class call for sport compact to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. Sport compact, you're called to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. Sport compact, you're called to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. The green light, Lloydco lane, 1208. The ET at 118. TCS lane ran a 1281, 110.7. Wow, did that ever hunker down? Cool. Eighth mile for the Jeep, 100.74 miles an hour. He gets his 100-mile-an-hour sticker at the 8th mile. Woo, that's moving. How about 124 at the finish line with a 1098? Wow, that thing moves. Yeah, a couple more Mopars for you. A car taking on a Jeep. That Jeep moves pretty good. It's got to be the V8 in there. $12.46 gets the wind light, 111 miles an hour. The big old Jeep, 100.54 miles per hour at 13.26.
Commentary, 100%.
$12.07, 111 miles an hour. It gets the light turned on for Don Tartar. 23 Corvette. Cool car.
What rotation are we finishing?
Sport Compact, you should be in the lanes. Sport Compact, you should be in the lanes. I don't see many of you there, so are we running out of fuel? You Sport Compacts are supposed to be better on gas than the domestics. What's going on? Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4.
Is there any junior streets?
Do a final call for them and get Junior Street if they're still here.
All right, that was final call for Sport Compact and Junior Street. Make your way to lanes 5 and 6. If there's any Junior Street left here tonight, and I suspect there is, we'll take you to lanes 5 and 6. And the car count dropping quickly, so you guys are virtually hot lapping at this point. So that puts a standby call for the class that just ended. Outlaw, you're on standby.
You did get juniors, right?
Junior Street's been called to the lanes, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Class call for Outlaw to the lanes. Class call for Outlaw to the lanes. Outlaw to the lanes. Lanes 1, 2, I'm going to guess 1 and 2 will probably do it at this point. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. Standby call for domestic. Outlaw to the lanes. Man, it was so cool to see you here tonight. Really appreciate you hanging out with us.
It's gone into sleep mode.
Very cool. Spectator side of the racetrack's going to get there first with a 1301 at 107 miles per hour. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Standby call for motorcycle. Sure. I'm saying go ahead, call motorcycle, lane 6. Any bikes left want to go for another pass? Lane 6. We're starting to run out of cars. We still got a bit. Outlaw in the lanes, motorcycle lane 6. Standby call for the classes following. Well, the diehards at the tailgate party, you guys are looking good. Thanks for hanging out till the bitter end. Sending you a couple of Outlaw cars. I see 4 of them. Well, the Oldsmobile quicker on the tree than the Mach 1. But the Mach 1 chases him down. 1165 beating at 12.00. So we are currently on our last rotation of the night. Running out of cars. You guys definitely getting your money's worth tonight. We really appreciate you hanging out and racing your cars with us here at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply. So this will be the final rotation. 1183, 112 miles per hour for the Kona Performance. Steak Spice, 57 Chevy Bel Air. Class call for Sport Compact to the lanes for your final rotation. Sport Compact to the lanes for your final call. Sport Compact to the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
And call Junior Street down to 5 and 6. But we didn't have any last time, did we?
And just in case we have any Junior Street here tonight, you'd like to make one more pass, you can make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes for your final pass of the night, lanes 1 through 4. And Junior Street, if you'd like to make your final pass of the night to lanes 5 and 6. Well, it seems the Sport Compact cars ran out of gas. So we got one domestic straggler hanging out with us in the lanes, and one Sport Compact. Couple coming. So we just got a couple of cars, stragglers here. We're going to run those 2 or 3 or 4 cars, and then we're going to call it a night. We do appreciate everybody coming out tonight. It's been awesome. What a fun night. The drift and drag nights are always a gas. So we got a few Sport Compact. We're going to run out the Sport Compact cars, and that's it.
Lanes are closed.
Lanes are closed. You guys all have a safe drive home tonight. Play it cool on the streets. All right, a couple of domestic cars coming your way. A Camaro and a Dodge racing off. And this one's going to the bow tie. $11.73, 118 miles per hour. Now a big pickup. Spectator side of the track. '26 Silverado. $14.16 for the big pickup, doing 97.70. And our final pass of the night. That little Honda, bound and determined to lay down some numbers tonight. And if he does it on this pass, everybody who left early misses out. For us diehards to stick it out to the end, we deserve a good pass. What you got, Raj?
Oh, Matt, where are you?
Top bulb. Second bulb. Just spun and started pulling towards the wall, got out of the power, so we're not going to see a full pull on this pass, but it's coming. This little car is going to give us a good run in the next few weeks. So thanks, everybody, for being here with us tonight. Thanks to all the staff for hanging out. Thanks to your families for cutting you free to be with us tonight. Everybody take care, drive safe, and this is Rock in the Tower saying we'll call you later. Take care.